I've had ghosts
Worrying.
before.
Alright, I think we're all good to go. Everything seems to be started then. Alright. Alright. Hello everyone and welcome to the first session of The Short Stacks. Session 1. I am the NatOneFox, also known as Phoenix Firestar, and I'll be the DM for this game. Next up we have the Mighty Dwarf played by Cha-Cha. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Chad. You can call me Cha-Cha, and yep, I will be playing Balder Stonecrusher, the Mountain Dwarf Barbarian. I don't really have any, social media, so you'll find me here, I suppose.
Alright, next up we have the Prophet, also known as the Holy Kiwi.
Hey, I'm the Prophet. You can just call me Dalton. I'll be playing Val, the Twilight Cleric Fairy. I also don't have much when it comes to social media, so you can find me here, and maybe later I'll make some stuff.
Alright, next up we have River.
Hi, I'm River, also known as Quill. I'll be playing a starry-eyed owlin sorcerer, and my socials. I don't remember any of my social names, so I guess that'll come some other time.
Alright, and next up is I'm not really sure how to pronounce this
that's
fiction
fair.
name.
I'll be playing the Satyr Kalias, or friendly and cheerful and sort of awkward ranger. You may refer to me as Grass Boy or Queer Ass Boy or whatever the fuck you find is easiest to pronounce my name. I don't have any socials. Please don't find me anywhere except for here. I would be very scared.
And you can find me posting any updates about the campaign at NatOneFox at both Twitter and Blue Sky, and on Twitch at the NatOneFox. I mean, of course, if you found me on Twitch for the NatOneFox, you're already here. Congratulations. Alright. The kingdom has changed a lot in the last 120 years. It was at that time a new goddess was birthed into being. Her sole purpose seemed to be to grant blessings to the people of the world, granting them extra power or skills, quickly improving the lives of the people of Thyrus. The first believer remains the High Bishop of the Church of Blessings, known as Thyrus Divine. Now, anytime any being who falls under the doctrine of societal races comes of age, they take part in a coming of age ceremony. There, the powers of the goddess bestows upon them spring to life. It has become almost law that one's blessing will determine what they shall do for the rest of their lives. There's maybe about 1% of people who do not gain a blessing, and are seen as though they were cursed by demons or spat in the faces of the gods themselves. Even the monarchy bows to the rules, choosing the next ruler based on who has the most useful blessing. Now the kingdom of Thyrus stands on edge. 6 years ago, a boy was found, born with a hero's blessing. Thyrus' divine has come forward to say when someone with a hero's blessing appears, then and someone with a powerful curse called the World's Ruin. This is the world our story takes place in. How will the characters in our story choose to go forward? Will they change the fates of those involved? Only time will tell. I am the storyteller. I'll be here with you every step of the way, as the strings of fate are pulled. Our story begins on a chilly day in the beginning of the year. A caravan of wagons works its way to one of the biggest port towns in the kingdom of Thyrus. The caravan has been traveling a few days, heading south past the Tandoran River, and to the port called Astum. One of the middle wagons carried a couple of guards and a large number of merchant wares. The carts bounced and jutted as if moved uneasily down the road, bucking you all out of your seats and slapping you back down onto the wooden seats beneath you. On the seats you all see your fellow passengers. Alright. Balder, describe your character for us, please.
Alright. I am a taller than average dwarf with black hair and a black beard, and I have tattoos covering around my body in a shade of blue depicting various pictures, or whatever you would call it, of heroic triumphs. There's one of a dwarf battling a hydra, another dwarf facing off against hordes of giants, and that covers generally more of the upper body. I have just basic cloth on the top with just things covering my legs. Nothing really on my face, just neck, tattoos on my neck, my shoulders, and everything like that, except my back. There is nothing on my back. And I'm carrying, just have my big maul and my javelins and everything just strapped behind me.
Alright, Callias, describe your character for us.
So, he's probably sleeping at the moment. You'd see a very, very short, he's 5'1" satyr. He has chestnut hair all through his legs and atop his head. And you'd see that on his head there seemed to be seasonal flowers braided throughout, keeping his hair in a permanent bedhead. If he had his eyes open, you'd see he has a permanent, weary aura around them, as if he could never really rest much. He's wearing a green gambeson and right now hugging a wooden toy sword that he uses as a walking cane and fighting implement on a bench. Also on his side lies one of his most treasured possessions, which is a silver flute. That's about it.
Alright. Sheyo, please introduce your character and describe them to us.
I'm sitting very calmly on one of the hind seats, though often already staring out of the cart and looking behind and around as much as I can. I am a bit of a slender owlin with a very thin figure and mostly a loose collection, well, not a loose collection, but a messy collection of brown and black feathers with a little bit of silver lining here and there around the edges. I don't really carry much with me. I travel very lightly, but it seems that with what gear I carry, I am very comfortable, and this is not my first time in the carriage such as this. Other than that, the only real defining feature might be a small necklace around my neck. It's actually more like a leather strap with onto it a piece of bark that is shaped into the shape of an arrowhead.
describe yourself for us, please?
Sitting off to the side, fairly easy to miss, you see a small, young fairy. Very pretty, with long, curly pigtails. Her hair is black, but has, you can see, white streaks curling in the mix. Somewhere between 2 and 3 feet tall, you're not quite sure, and honestly, you might be afraid to ask. She has a sort of a scowl on her face as she's flipping through a couple parchments. She's wearing, it looks almost like a battle skirt with braided black leather and silvery metal studs. There's a shield on her back and an umbrella that seems sort of useless. It's sort of lacy and doesn't look like it'd give you much protection from the rain or sun. But perhaps the weirdest things is her wings. You can tell because it's not a common sight to see a fairy, but her wings are torn a bit, almost frayed around the edges. That's it.
Alright. Also among you is a small gnome. He wears a red, long pointed hat with a golden bell hanging from the end of it. Imagine the typical garden gnome hat that you would see in our world. A large array of earrings hang from both of his ears. The golden bell jingling with each bounce and jostle of the cart. He wears fine merchant robes endowed with golden buttons and buckles. The man was leaning forward towards the front of the cart, having a conversation with the 2 guards at the front. And let's see if I can pull this up for you guys. This is roughly what he looks like, but I am bad at drawing, so... Can you see that?
I cannot see anything.
Where is it? Should it be on the scope on Roll20?
I think we should be involved. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
There it is.
now I
There
see
we
him.
go.
I dropped onto the GM layer.
Happens to the best of us.
Alright. The gnome sits back down properly, and he looks around to see the rest of you. He seems rather young. For a gnome, anyway. Oh, hello. Welcome. How are you folks enjoying the ride so far?
Well enough.
Are we there?
Why is it so warm? I'm sweating.
You
No.
really use the window too.
No, I think we still got a couple hours before we arrive at the port town. I am Nicholas John Paul Jean Edwards Francis Zozwan and Zovorth Estra Esquire the Third.
I think I
Alias
need a
blinks
translation.
twice.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course, my name is Nicholas John Paul Jean Edwards Francis Zozwan and Zovorth etc. Esquire the Third.
I pull out a piece of paper and try to hastily write it down, but failing miserably as it just ends up in a scribble that has something that loosely resembles the first and last name mentioned.
Can I
Yeah,
just
we
call
just
you
call
Nicholas?
you Nick.
Of course. It is only polite to give out my full name. In introducing myself to someone, but you may call me by Nicholas.
You may call me Val. It's a pleasure to meet you.
You make
Bald.
only cardiacs. We satyrs have shorter names.
You can call me Balder Stonecrusher, but Balder's fine.
We're doing names? I'm Sheo.
Pleasure to meet all of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my papers.
Oh, yes, it is very much a pleasure to meet all of you. The god said it shouldn't be too much longer until we arrive. Now, what are you fine folks coming to Aston for?
I heard I'm here on official business, I guess you could say. There's some. Let's just say there's some rumors that there's some fun trinkets around.
I'm just here to see the city. I've never been here. I want to have adventures and explore and see all the world has to offer.
I want to see how many floors your library has.
I'm here for personal reasons.
Do you go around counting how many floors libraries have?
Well, I usually only really count the amount of shelves, but
That sounds exciting. Can I come with?
yeah, I mean, I can have another companion tagging along. Another meeting the first one.
Can't say I've ever been in a library.
How does that sound fun?
I can show you to the
You
books.
get to count all of them. Sounds fun.
Where I come from, the contents of the shelves are more fun than the shelves.
Have you ever
learn-
counted all of them?
Honey, if I spent the time counting all of them, I'd have a headache by the end of the week.
Well,
It
then
can-
you can't say it's not fun. You haven't experienced.
Point
It,
made.
get, it gets really fun, you know, after like 4 or 5 libraries, and I pull out my. I show you all my my notes, which is just a list of seemingly incoherent numbers that don't have any labeling at all, even if I wanted to read them back.
You see like an intrigued frown appear on the fairy's face. Oh, these aren't categorized enough. Can you label them? This would actually be very useful.
I could label them 1 to 52.
Could you name the libraries?
I don't remember where I've last been.
What are all those books about?
Well, I think one of them was, yes, that must have been. I think one of them was about a hero and a dragon.
Oh, I want to read that. Sounds fun.
A later suggestion. I think I might have seen at least 5 books by that description. So
Can I read them all?
I mean, I didn't take any of them with me because that would be theft. But I guess it could be resolved with money, but I don't have that either.
Shame. Well, we can see if they have the same since you have them categorized.
Maybe we'll start seeing a pattern.
It would be very strange if all of the world's libraries had similar books.
I mean, it wouldn't be that strange. There's popular books get copied more than the rest.
And books are very expensive to make. It'd take a while to distribute all of those and make them. They're rather expensive.
You call my counting boring, but I can assure you copying books is more and more boring.
I know.
How much do books cost?
Oh, depending on the book, they usually start at around 25 gold pieces.
Heck? Are these so expensive? Where I'm from, we just tell each other stories.
Yes, same. We're more oratorial in our storytelling. Not very much is on paper, so to speak.
I was born in a mound of paper, and I have a feeling I'm gonna die in a mound of paper. The fairy's just shuffling through more.
So you're
looks like
rich.
letters. No. No, I wish.
So paper is very expensive when it is clumped together, but if it's separated, it's not.
I mean, it also takes some leather and other things, you know, like animal glue and
Call from Spot Village.
ink. I
Is that a
suppose.
euphemism?
Animal glue?
Yes.
I mean, I suppose.
Kalias is looking at you very weirdly right now. Because as a satyr, animal glue has one meaning.
Now, you did say you were hunting for trinkets, right? I do enjoy myself some trinkets.
I like anything shiny, especially the magical ones. So, why are you here? You asked all of us.
I am a merchant. I arrived in the port further up to the north, but I'm trying to find a good place to settle shop for. Sell some of my foreign goods from the Gnome lands.
Ooh, what type of goods are we talking about?
Oh, not much for now. Mostly just basic wares. But once I have a shop built, I can start requesting better items to be sent once I have room and storage set up for them.
You know, I've seen a few of the gnome oddities, but I've never really been able to have the chance to use any of them.
Oh, yes, they are quite marvels, aren't they? Now, we're not too big on casting spells and the like, but we sure know how to work a good enchantment into something.
From what I've seen, you've known how to blow stuff up more than anything else.
Yes, it's the matter of quantity and quality that we're talking about in those situations.
How it was explained to me, it's the matter of the crater.
Exactly, the quality. When things are supposed to blow up, we tend to blow them up real nice.
Well, I'll be honest with you, the one I had to deal with was not intended.
The
Was there an
unintended can be
explosion?
fun as long as you learn something from it.
Well, the gnome in question seemed to be a good sport. He only had 3 fingers, but he seemed very good at his job.
Yes, most of us gnomes tend to be craftsmen, so we take our jobs pretty seriously. It's about at this time that the cart suddenly comes to an abrupt stop. You begin to hear clamoring and shouting as the 2 guards up front hop off of the front of the wagon. Stepping around, they open it up and they speak to the lot of you. Something's happening. We're under attack, it seems. We're gonna go check on the other wagons. Can you 4 look like you can handle yourselves? Can you watch the merchant for us?
Never a day's rest.
I start to quickly make my way out of the carriage and like immediately start glancing around the sides of it.
I do the same.
The fairy pulls out her shield and takes a couple steps out.
I jump off the wagon with my maul in hand.
I do want to point out I am casting Shillelagh on my wooden board.
With that, the guards quickly depart. The sounds of combat start to grow closer as you hear shouting, roaring, the crackle of fire, electricity.
That doesn't sound good.
I think we'd best go take a closer look. And I'm gonna start like carefully moving towards the sound of the noise.
What of the merchant?
We should,
Where's the merchant?
we should call him.
I'm still back here in the cart. I much prefer to sit back here where it's safe.
That's
So we
fair.
stay with the cart.
Well, I mean, I feel like the guards should be able to handle themselves.
I feel like we shouldn't leave him alone in the cart. Sounds dangerous.
I mean, I've been on, traveling bodyguard duties before. If you're not prepared for this, you never ask, the people you're traveling with, right? You don't ask them for help. This must be serious.
All the more reason we shouldn't let the merchant die.
Can I maybe like climb on top of the cart so I can maybe get like a vantage point to see if we can look over the rest of the cart and see where it's coming from?
Looking at the canvas on the wagon, you're not certain if it can hold your full weight standing on top of it. It is just a canvas cloth. It's fine for keeping out the rain and everything, not necessarily meant for people to be standing on it.
Okay, then I'm not gonna do that. I'm not ready to break my ankles.
Can he balance on the maul and I just lift the maul up as high as I can?
That might be a little much. You can try, but you reckon that might be a little pushing your weight limit there for a deadlift.
Alright.
Because you got all your things, the maul, and then him and all his things on top of that. Not far from where you guys are standing, you see little lizard-like heads poke up over the edge of one of the curved hillsides, glancing down at you.
You see the fairy squinting. Lizard heads. Could that be kobolds? Sort of on her tiptoes, even though she has wings.
Oh, I've never seen a kobold before.
I'm kind of gonna make like a face back, like a silly face sticking out my tongue, just like in reflex almost.
All five of them, all four of the kobolds ahead of you pop up. One has deep blue, almost sapphire-like scales. His neck is the longest of all of them, and he has a hood with little spiked frills that run down along from the tip of his, the top of his head down along his neck, down to his shoulder blades. The under part of his neck is white. It's kind of more of a tannish white. He is a blue hooded kobold.
Oh, that one looks important.
Standing next to him is a black scaled kobold. And as it jumps down off of the cliff beside the blue one, you can see that he has a extendable frill that pops up from around his neck. And it has a vibrant, different amount of hues along that frill as part of a pattern. The underbelly, again, being a similar tannish white scale. And then the next to jump up and over is a small red-horned kobold. He has scales and large curved horns that curve back with his head. And the more tannish white scales underneath along his throat. And then finally, a small white kobold covered in, it looks almost like feathers or fur, pops over and drops down with the rest of them. They're each equipped with bows, shields, and spears. As they,
Oh, many of them are in total?
there are 4 of them
I see.
that have made themselves known to you within your close vicinity.
I'm
The-
going to try to talk to them. I walk a little forwards towards them, put my wooden toy away, and ask them, "Hi, what can we do for you?"
Barry sort of leans over. I don't think he's heard much about kobolds, has he?
I don't even know if they can talk.
I kind of like I start like holding my focus and kind of thinking about the spell I'm gonna cast and it's gonna go. I think we better gonna get ready.
All right, the kobolds kind of tilt their heads as they kind of their necks bob a little as they tilt kind of questioningly, and they look at each other and they start kind of chittering in a small
I repeat the question in
reptilian
another
bird-like
language.
question.
I speak a lot of languages, so I'm going to repeat the question just in another one. No, I
What
say it in Dwarven.
in Dwarven?
Yes. They are short.
I talk back in Dwarven. Trust me, I don't think they know that one either.
I try in Elvish, Gnomish, Sylvan. It's all the language I know.
What's next? Abyssal?
No, I don't speak Elvish. Can you teach me?
As you guys start kind of arguing amongst each other about languages, you hear one of them shout, "Find the shinies!"
Oh,
Oh, so
They
just
can't talk.
And you see him notch a few arrows as they all start to take aim. Roll for initiative.
oh dear.
Oh dear.
Initiative. Oh no wait, that's not the one. It looked like a 1 for a second.
I roll for initiative and I get a crit. 22 initiative.
Oh,
15.
Don't mess with us satyrs. Can be
I think Balder and Val are gonna have a roll off.
Actually, I think he has higher dex than I do, so I think he gets to
Oh
go
right,
before
yeah.
me.
Yeah, the higher decks will have priority in this case.
Is there going to be a map or anything?
No, I was not able to get a map uploaded to Roll20 just yet.
That's okay. We will.
With some time and practice, I'll work on getting that done a little more properly. Alright, so it looks like we got the satyr. We have Val. We have Balder. And we have Sheo. At the bottom.
Bottom of initiative hits the hardest, right?
You can hope.
How close are they to each other? Important question.
They're all fairly close to one another. They're all standing about 5 feet apart in a straight line, side by
Would you
side.
Would you say they are on an area of around 20 feet to each other?
That's an oddly specific number.
It's an oddly specific number. That's exactly the number of the spell I'm trying to cast on them.
I figured.
So yeah, I'm going to cast Entangle on all 4 of them if I can. So they need to roll a strength save on a difficulty of 15 to see if they get entangled or not.
Hold on. I'm
And
still
as I do
rolling
that-
their initiatives.
Oh, okay.
So let
I
me.
will describe the movements though. He will get up his wooden toy sword, stick it into the ground, and flowers the same as the ones that grow on his head will grow up under them and try to entangle them.
Alright.
Watch the kobolds get a higher initiative than all of us.
Oh fuck! I have a crit. It's hard.
Alright, so. Zalio, you're first, and you're using.
I'm using entangle.
Entangle.
It's a very good spell. Also, that's for my main action. As a bonus action, I'm casting Shield on my weapon.
Now you have a magic stick.
Now I have the best stick.
Alright.
Attacking with wisdom.
And you said that's a what save? Dexterity?
That's strength.
Strength
15
save.
difficulty.
With a dex check of 15.
That's when they all save it, and I feel super useless. I mean, they're kobolds. Their strength shouldn't be their defining quality.
Alright, the black and red ones seem to be entangled. The white and the blue seem to be fine.
50%, that's fine.
Alright, and while they are entangled, that gives them the restrained.
Yes, they are restrained. They cannot move.
Alright, and at the beginning or end of their turn, can they re-roll that? Is it beginning or end?
At the beginning, in the area when you cast a spell, must succeed on a strength saving throw or restrained, and they can also attempt to free themselves as an action in their turn.
Alright, so they just can't move while they're entangled.
Yep, I think that's the case.
Alright, they seem to hunker
It is-
down in the vines that you created, using your vines as a form of cover. And they're going to start firing at you guys with their arrows.
Oh no.
Don't worry, it's hard to hit a fairy. They're small.
You know, I want to hear you say that again when you get the first one between your ribs.
DnD doesn't have a system where the tiny raises arm harder to hit, right? That's a Pathfinder thing.
I think that is a path.
Maybe for certain
Alright.
monsters, but I don't think.
Dwarf, you have
Also-
an arrow come at you. Does a 12 hit?
I
Hold on.
believe a 12 does hit.
I was going to say it's
No,
actually
I'm fine.
probably a bit longer than that. It was a 13 to hit, so yeah.
It was a. Wait, hold up. So it's a 13 total?
It was a 13 to hit.
No, that does not hit.
It does not hit.
My AC is 14.
Alright. So it misses.
I dodge out of the way.
Next up is the red kobold. He's going to fire. And he misses. Doesn't matter who he was aiming at. As you see the this arrow kind of and sticks into the cart behind you guys, and you hear the gnome. Ah!
You're fine.
Next up, the white one's going to take a shot. The white one pulls back, aims towards the owlin up front, fires.
What?
There's a 21 hit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is.
All right, the arrow careens towards you, smashing into your shoulder, dealing 5 points of damage.
Ow. I'm gonna let out a yelp as I reach for it, but then halfway into the motion, I'm like, no, leave it in. I just got grit my teeth. I don't have teeth, but grit my beak.
All right, Val, your turn.
I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the white one. It has to make a Dex save to beat. Give me a second. 13.
A dex save
Yep.
of 13. She passes.
All right. Then I'm going to move up next to the satyr, and that will be my turn.
All right, Balder, it's your turn.
How far away are all of them?
They're all about 10 feet.
Okay, it's 10 feet. And it's the blue and the white that's not entangled, correct?
The white and the blue are not tangled.
Which one's bigger?
They're all about the same size.
The one with
Okay.
horns looks bigger.
Does any of those two have horns?
The red kobold has horns.
Um,
The blue
blue
one
has
has a
frill.
hood.
Also,
the white one looks kind of like it's, instead of scales, it's got fur. And then
I
the black one has
do need
has
to
a
remind that
frill.
weapon attacks against enemies that are entangled act with advantage.
Ooh. Okay.
Little detail.
Well, we have just been attacked, and I'm not happy. So I'm going to bonus action rage, and I'm actually going to run over to the red kobold with the horns, and I'm going to attack.
all right.
21 hit.
So 21 to hit.
Yep.
All right, yep, 21 hits.
Nine plus 2, 11 bludgeoning damage. I run over, and I just try to maul it with my horn on the horns.
I'm sensing some envy
On
There's
the
some
horns.
in-depth aggression.
to us horny people.
All right.
Kobold punting.
The red cobalt goes all the ah as he kind of gets like knocked back a little. Blood gushing out from the wound where you hit him, one of his horns cracking and falling off.
Give me your best shot.
He can't. He will have disadvantage on his attack because he's stuck.
Rookie mistake.
All right.
Rookie mistake.
The blue one is now going to jump over to where the dwarf is. Its mouth is going to open, and you'll see. You'll hear little sparking noises coming from its mouth.
Oh.
Roll a strength saving throw. Balder.
Okay. Let me check strength
Or-
rage real quick?
Hold on.
Would it be dexterity?
Actually, let me double check that. Strength doesn't sound right.
I'm assuming it's a breath weapon.
Yeah. It can be considered a breath weapon, yeah. Constitution.
Constitution.
Yep.
Alright. Ooh, not
Alright.
good. 7.
You were not expecting this, as in defense of its clansmen, you get hit for 6 points of lightning damage. As it clacks its teeth together, creating a spark, and a small cloud of electricity leaps from its mouth, zapping into the dwarf.
Oh. I let out a grunt of pain.
Alright. Sheo, it's your turn.
Yes. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on the one that's been previously mauled. So that's an int save with a DC of 14.
Alright, and if you can post what the spell does in the chat.
Yes. Let me see. It should if I should just No. That's not what I meant. Ah, there it is.
Alright. And it rolled. You said what was the DC?
14.
Alright. You try to take the psychic bolt and push it into the creature, but it shakes its head and seems to ignore the attack.
Damn it. Okay, well, that's all I've got.
Alright. Zaleo, it's your turn.
Who's that?
Zaleo, the satyr.
Oh, okay, me. I am going to. Who are the ones that are entangled? Because they count advantage.
The red and the black.
The
The
black
red has
and
already been.
the
hit.
black and the red are entangled. The blue and the
I'll-
white are not.
I'm going to walk towards the red one, which would also be flanking, maybe. But yeah, I am going to hit him over the head with my quarter staff. I have advantage, so that's a 12 hit. A very bad roll.
No.
Shit. I just missed.
You
That's about it, I-
swing it around, and which one were you aiming for?
The red.
The red.
I was
This-
aiming for the horn, but since it's broken, I just passed through.
You're aiming where you were expecting there to be a horn, but that was already knocked off, so your attack kind of swings a little wide. Alright. The black one is now going to attack Zaleo. But as he goes to swing with or stab forward with his spear, it kind of gets stuck on some of the brambles it's tied up in,
Rumbles.
preventing it from hitting you. Next up is the red one. As it too leans its head back and hear a clicking noise. Balder, roll a Constitution saving throw.
$14.
14, so you're only going to take half damage. You stick out your hand, trying to cover as much of your face as possible. As the flames wash over you, you take 1 point of fire damage.
Alright.
Alright.
The abuse.
Next up is the white one's turn. It pulls its bow back and it's aiming at the owl.
No.
Not okay.
And it pulls back. The arrow hits true as it strikes you right into the neck and shoulder blade area, dealing 7 points of crit damage.
Ow. A little bit worse way here, fellas. I'll be honest, this is really not nice, and I start I'm really bloody right now. Like I'm already not good.
Oh boy, looks like I have to do my job.
I don't think it's the time for numbers. You hear from the other side.
I really wanted to count the shells.
Alright, Val, it's your turn.
Alright, as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on the owl. That's 1d4 plus 3 healing. You heal 5 points.
Yes, thank you very much.
And then the red one is still restrained, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on him as my action. He has to make a Dex save, and on a fail, he takes 1d8 radiant damage. He has disadvantage because he's restrained.
I thought the disadvantage was only on to hit.
It is also on dexterity saving throws
On
specifically.
dexterity saving throws. Alright.
It's advantage when they're attacked, disadvantage when they attack, and disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, and no movement.
Alright. He fails.
Alright. He takes 8 damage.
Takes 8 damage. You see him erupt in flames as he falls back and hits the ground.
Alright, there's my one. Have fun.
Are we counting?
I'm counting.
I softened them up for you.
Next up is Balder.
Alright. So the blue one's not restrained. And all my friends are being hit. So I'm going to attack recklessly. Giving myself advantage on the attack roll against the blue kobold, and all the other kobolds will have advantage against me. Let's see here. Ooh.
You take a mighty swing, but you didn't judge how well that blue kobold could utilize its neck as it kind of swings its neck back, like comically back, almost 5 feet away from its own body, as your swing just goes right where the head was, but finds nothing.
Alright. That ends my turn.
Alright, it is now the blue one's turn, and it's going to strike with the opening that you have given it. that helps it out quite a bit. It strikes you for 6 crit damage as it swings its spear upwards, cutting it across your neck up to your cheek.
Is that piercing damage? Or slashing damage?
Pierce.
Okay, is that halved or is that the full damage?
That's the full damage.
Alright, so it's 3 damage.
Since you're in rage, you take half of that.
Alright.
Shayo, it's your turn.
I'm going to get a little bit frustrated that I haven't landed anything yet, and I've been landed on. So I'm gonna try to move up closer to the kobolds so that they're all like kind of more in range of me, and I'm going to try and cast Thunder Wave on as many of them as I can without hitting others, preferably.
Alright, now they're all kind of muddled together. Like the red one is right in front of the dwarf, or right on the other side of the dwarf. The blue one is right up against the dwarf.
Wait, isn't the red one dead?
Red one's dead. Or on the ground.
Yeah, the red one's down, but he's, essentially body blocked by the dwarf. The blue one is right next to the dwarf. And then on the other side of the dwarf is the white one and the black one.
Okay, so I can't really hit any of them without also hitting the dwarf, basically.
Right, because the dwarf is in close proximity right up against all 4 of them.
Right, okay, can I go and stand behind the 3 of them so that I'm not within range of the dwarf, but like I'm gonna use a different spell? I'm gonna use Arms of Hadar. Do I have enough speed for that? I have like 30 feet of speed. I don't know how close I am.
They are within walking distance. You can get, but you'd have to try to go around them, and that'd probably use up all your speed just to get to like the side of one of them.
And I can't. I don't have enough speed to get somewhere where I'm within 10 feet of like 2 or 3 of them.
You'd be within that much space to all of them if you got right up on top of them.
Okay, and I don't have speed for that, or do I have speed for that?
You have the speed for that.
Okay, then I'm gonna go and do that, and then cast Arms of Hadar.
Alright, if you can go ahead and click the spell.
Oh, yes. Here's the spell. It's a strength save. Wait, does it not show? It doesn't show. Okay, again. Oh, why is it being weird now? Just work, please. This is frustrating. Why did this worked earlier? Now it's not.
It's each creature in 10 feet makes a strength saving throw, right?
Yeah, I wanted to show, like, earlier I could just, like, press the button display on Roll20 and it displayed it, but it's not doing that now for some reason. Hold on, I'm going to reload Roll20 real quick, maybe that'll help. Okay, let's do that again. Display.
Alright, so within 10 feet of you, so at most you can get 2 of them.
Okay, I'll just do it anyway. It's a strength save of 14 DC.
Alright. We'll say that's the black and white one. And what's the DC on it?
14.
14? Alright, they both fail.
Alright, so on a failed save, both targets would take 2d6 in damage. So that's... Okay, why is it not... It's just refusing for some reason. It just doesn't want to roll anything. Oh,
That's right. Just
now
go down there and type r/1, or no, is it 2d6?
Oh, okay, so it does want to roll that, but it doesn't want to roll the other one. Okay, I like you. I like you, Beyond. You know what? I'll give you one more chance. Roll the thing, you know? You don't have to... There it is! That's 1. That's 7 damage. I suppose on the nearest one. And then on the
No,
other one...
it'd be shared on them.
Shared?
Yeah. 1 spell, 1 damage roll.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, you roll for 1. Okay, yes. 7.
Alright, so you deal 7 damage to him. Alright, the black and white one don't seem too happy about that. Alright. Alright. After a bit of fighting, you hear a as the blue kobold grabs the red kobold. The rest of them are going to take the dash action.
Attack of opportunity.
Lack of opportunity.
And
Not against
the-
the black and white one.
The black one is entangled still.
Yeah, they can't move.
Yeah, one of them's entangled, one of them can. He would need to take his action to free himself and then
Right.
try to go away. Also, all the floor is difficult terrain because of the area of the entire. The 20 feet where I put it should be difficult terrain. I really love that spell.
Great.
It's so
spell.
annoying.
Alright. The group of them all take the dash action to escape, with the white one helping the black one escape from the thorns.
Can I make an attack of opportunity against the...
You could
blue one?
against the blue one once it leaves your area.
Could I
And
do-
it will be dragging the red one with it, so you can take attack of opportunity on it. Shayo can take an attack of opportunity on the black one.
Oh, yes, I'll try.
Can I too? Because I was close enough to hit the red one.
Or
I missed, but I was close enough to hit it with the quarterstaff. So it's
Oh,
I should
right,
still be in
yeah.
melee.
oh no, because you're not right up against. You're up against where the red one is, but the blue one's dragging him. You don't get an attack of opportunity because he's being dragged.
It's okay. It's okay.
Alright, I attack the blue one.
Please kill everyone.
14.
It would be hilarious.
All right, with 14 you miss.
Okay, I will try to hit mine then with, I believe I have a dagger. I do. But it doesn't automatically... Why does it just not automatically...
Sometimes it might take a second to communicate.
It's like, I just want to make an attack with my dagger, which is, it's a finesse weapon, so it would be a d20 plus my dex plus my proficiency, so that's a +4. So then it would be advanced roller 1d20 plus 4 is 23.
All right, you hit.
Okay, and that does 1d4 plus my dex modifier, I believe. So that's 1d4 plus. No, don't do that game. 1d4 plus 2. There it is, 4. Same roll, doesn't matter. Same. It's a 4. 4 damage.
All right. With that, the kobolds remove themselves from the combat, and you hear the fighting begin to settle down across the rest of the caravan.
Yeah.
Shall we go after them or check on the merchant?
Suppose we
tasked-
better.
We were tasked with staying by the merchant, but it would also be a shame not to follow them.
Is the merchant still in the cart?
You guys would have to go and check on them or call.
Hey,
to
are
them.
you alright over there? I yell out.
You receive no answer.
I start to like jog over towards the cart to go check on him.
You throw open the wagon, and the merchant appears to be gone.
Oh no. Fellas, it looks like they got what they wanted.
Ow!
How would they sneak by us?
Also, why would they even want a gnome merchant?
They must
had
have come
the
up from the
shinings.
other ridge. They must have come up from the other ridge while we were fighting them on this side.
You can
Need to
roll
save them.
investigation if you want to find out what happened to the merchant. Try to piece it together. Search for
I can
clues.
I can definitely try investigation. I have
I
like a
will
plus
use
4 on it.
guidance.
Yes. Okay. So that's all that, please. Game. Oh well. Would you have it? It's a nat 1.
Amazing.
You're kind of
That- but that's
panicking
one.
because all of a sudden the merchant's just gone.
Can I
But-
roll perception to see if I can see any footsteps around the cart that are belonging to the kobolds?
That would be investigation. Perception's when you're trying to find something not generalized, when you're trying to perceive the world around you. Since you're looking for something more specific.
I'm going
I
to,
rolled a 16 investigation.
I will roll. I got a 9, and I'm going to roll my guidance dice. 11.
Alright.
I'll roll
You could have been guidancing all of us.
7.
Alright. Shayot, looking around the back side, the opposite side of the cart, you do see very light claw prints.
Okay.
Where that they are definitely kobold footprints. Where it came up behind, and Val, you can see where whatever happened, it looks like the kobold had cut open the opposite side of the cart, reached over, grabbed the merchant over the mouth, and pulled him back and out, while you guys were distracted fighting on the opposite side of the cart.
Well, that's not good. We're gonna need to go get him. That was our one job. We had one job.
No, we never
We
had
need to
a
save
job.
him. What the fuck are they gonna do with him?
You don't want kobolds to have a gnome. If he happens to have any trinket of his on him, it could be very dangerous.
Maybe they're just gonna eat him.
Eat him? I look at you completely gobsmacked.
It happens.
He's a person. You don't eat people.
Kobolds might.
Well, I'll throw it out there. You can eat people. It's just not advised.
I'm looking at you very confused at the moment. Like, where I'm from, we just eat fish and veggies.
I mean, they also don't advise eating spoiled food, but I don't know what I would do if I was alone in the forest and lost.
I've seen a fish eat 3 people in one gulp before. It was a big fish.
Did you
Good
write
for
that one
you.
down?
Why would I need to write it down?
I don't know, so you can put it on a shelf and I can count it.
Act like I have. You can count it.
Okay.
I'm guessing a hero probably came and cut the fish open and saved the people.
No, it was. You know what? You're precious. You're very precious. You see the fairy just start trying to follow like where the tracks go, sort of just like pointing off with her eyes. We should probably hurry up if we're gonna be of any use to the merchant.
Yeah, I don't want him eaten. He seemed nice. And also, he may give us some trinkets.
About this time, the two guards come back over to where you guys are. Did you manage to hold everything down over here?
No, there were 4 of them that jumped us, and then it seems that they snuck through the front of the cart and grabbed the merchant.
Darn it. We'll keep the rest of the caravan moving. We'll get them moving. You guys go after him. One of us will go with you. The other one will stay here and watch the merchandise. We need to get the caravan moving again.
I hate having to do other people's jobs.
This sounds exciting.
I'd be up for this.
Very well then. Does
That's-
anybody know how to track?
I smile.
Finally,
Survival
you made
check.
just then.
Finally, we the ranger. Yeah, I'm going to start nerding out to you about the different tracks different animals leave.
That's
in this-
that's very, very wonderful. What about cobalt tracks?
I've never seen any.
They're
Oh.
right in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, studied them. I start looking at them. They look lizard-like. I guess I could follow them.
Alright, so you guys begin to follow after the kobolds who have taken the
And I-
merchant.
Should I roll for survival?
No, they're pretty heavy-handed, so they're not hard to miss their tracks because they were booking it. They weren't concerned with hiding their presence at this point. They were smart enough to come in, provide a distraction so they could take what they wanted, and they got it.
Why would they even want a gnome merchant?
If you've seen the craters gnomes leave behind by accident, you don't want to see the ones they leave behind on purpose.
And you manage to start to catch up to them, and you see them on like the back end of a field. There is now an extra kobold along with the rest of the kobolds that you fought earlier, dragging the gnome with him tied up. The black one holds his shield down towards the ground, and you see him smacking against it, and a bunch of rabbit ears shoot up from the ground. And then the kobolds proceed to maneuver around and through the rabbits before the ears drop and they stop. Repeat the process, the ears shoot up and they move out across and onto the other side of the field before continuing forward.
Oh no.
The guard rushes forward, seeing how close they are. Takes a step off into the tall grass and a pair of long ears shoot up and wrap around his neck and start trying to pull him down into the tall grass.
This reminds me of a play I saw. I try to run up to him and pull him backwards so he doesn't get pulled in.
I will assist.
I'll go grab him.
I'm no good with strength, so I'll let y'all do that.
Alright, Would the one who grabbed him roll strength
With
Lost
guide.
your read.
with help, with advantage, since they're providing the help action?
And guidance.
Who grabbed him first? It
I was
uh,
grabbing first.
Yeah, the one who
16.
said he was grabbing first.
It should have let you do that. You're strong.
You might got it.
Don't forget the D4.
Oh, yep, and another d4. Okay. For your guide. That was a 4. It's 20. Plus the help action. Which I don't know what
I'll have
exactly that's.
That's advantage.
Oh, just advantage. Okay, so it's a 20.
Alright, you seem to be pulling this garb with about as much strength as this rabbit, those rabbit ears are. As you're keeping the garb from being pulled down into the tall grass head first. But it seems intent on holding him there.
While I pull, I say, "Have you not heard of the Pinty months?" I say as I pull back with all my
Can the-
strength.
Can the ears be hit?
Yes, you can attempt to hit them.
I'm gonna hit it with the maul, trying to smack it on the ground. 25.
Alright, roll for damage.
13.
Alright, you see one of the ears as you smack it recoils and withers off into the tall grass, vanishing. A lot of you now stand before a long patch of tall grass.
Oh no.
Does anyone of you have a holy grenade?
How tall is the tall grass?
What's a grenade?
I don't know. They said in the story. I think it's a fruit.
Oh, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
The grass is roughly exactly 4 foot high.
That is very inconvenient.
That's
Uh,
twice
you
your
see-
height.
you see the fairy. The fairy's flying, sort of hovering. Her wings are struggling. It looks like to keep up, with all the tears in them. But she's hovering with her head just out of the grass.
You wanna ride on my horse?
Can you pick? I don't know if you can carry me and all my gear.
That may be too much.
I probably can.
You might be able to. You seem. And she just like pokes your arm. Meaty.
Please don't eat me.
I didn't eat anyone. It was a fish. I said I've seen it happen. I haven't done it yet. Emergencies are emergencies. How do you want to go about the rabbit infested?
I guess we
Can
gotta go
anybody
slowly.
burn the grass?
I mean, did you see them like tapping the ground? Maybe could they just repeat the same process?
Yeah, I guess that's our best bet. Either that or burning it.
I mean, I'm all up for burning it. You know how it is, but maybe we want to try this one first.
Go ahead. Good luck.
Someone got anything heavy? I'm fiddling with my dagger, which is probably not gonna be sufficient here.
Take the maul and I have it facing down. I just knock it on the ground a few times.
Alright, smacking the maul against the ground, you get a nice good thud. And directly in front of you guys, you see 2 rabbit ears kind of shoot up. And then after a few seconds, they right back into the tall grass.
We do not go that way.
I guess keep knocking and walk around the rabbits.
I was gonna suggest the same.
Are those even
Yeah.
rabbits? The rabbit
I don't
ear.
know.
I mean, do we want to know?
No, I'd
I mean,
rather
I
not.
kind of want to know. Actually, good idea. I want to know.
No, you don't need to know. The fairy's grabbing the feathers of the owlin, pulling them
That-
the other direction.
What if it's a big fish that eats people?
Fish in the
You-
grass
Do you want it
A
to be a
land
big
fish.
fish that eats people?
would make a good story, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
You can't tell it if you're in its belly.
You watch. Okay, but you know what? You're fine. Okay, we will firebolt this another day.
Meanwhile,
Wow.
there's a large fish out in the middle of the ocean. Inside of its belly, yes, we know how you got eaten. You've been telling the same story for the last 10 years.
Somewhere in the distant Feywilds.
Now shut up, Geppetto.
Just somebody's like a natural storyteller with like the only one story to tell for the rest of his life.
So we like walking single file, and I'm just hitting the ground like every like 2 seconds or something like that.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yep.
All right. Should I be in the front or the middle?
You should be in the front. You're the one smacking the.
All right.
All right. All of you, roll me a stealth check.
Oh no.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Is any of us good at stealth?
I technically have
Ooh,
advantage
18.
because of my race, but
I will give
I rolled a
someone.
20.
I'm gonna
well, I'm not allowed to have nice things today.
give roll,
no.
roll a guidance on that.
I can't because I've already rolled the die.
Oh, then I'll take the guidance. And I have 9. But to be fair, I am flying.
Yeah, the ones that are flying should not be attracting vibrations. They're not stuck.
I think I haven't specified that I was flying, even though I could.
Let's call the fish.
All right. All right, Sheo, does a 16 hit you?
Oh, yeah.
So your dice in the first.
Alright. You take 4 points of damage, and you are now grappled as one of the
Ow.
ears wraps around you.
So I'm kind of like frantically start saying like, ow, 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 ow,
Val,
ow,
does
ow,
a
off,
si-
off.
Val, does a 16 hit you?
It does not.
You see another ear swipe at you as you fly back a little, and the ear barely misses wrapping around your little fairy body.
Unless we get her something to eat. So, if you guys want something.
Last time hitting the ears did help in freeing the person, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like your way of thinking.
Bonus action, Cyrilla attack the fucking ears that are grabbing Sheo.
I don't have any
So,
Having the
what stuff attack? If I can. It's a 9. That's a 19 hit, dear DM.
on me. Yes, a 19 does hit the ears.
So they take 11 points of damage.
Alright, so who's... Alright, so you hit the
Ah.
ear, and it kind of withers and retreats back into the tall grass.
Is Sheo free now?
Yes.
Awesome.
But they're still like kind of muttering like, ow, 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 like. We've been like taking a beating ever since we got off that car, and it's kind of like rubbing the wound now, like a, I mean, like maybe like a wound or a bruise, and it's like rubbing my ankle, like no.
You're having a really bad day, I say, with my cuts and my burns and my
I ask completely sincerely, are you a dad?
Am I a dad?
I was asking Shio.
Am I a dad?
Yes, you sound like my dad when he sees the bill at the tower.
Well, no, I don't think I am.
I see. Must be an Olin thing then.
Okay. We're keeping that in. That's canon now.
Alright, so how would you like to proceed from here?
I guess we
Doing the
doing
same
the
as
same
we were,
thing.
just
yeah.
not failing stealth.
I mean, we're already in the grass.
Alright,
Yep.
you guys begin to move a couple feet forward, able to avoid walking directly into one of these sets of rabbit ears. After a few more feet, go ahead and roll stealth for me again.
All right. Who has lowest dex?
I have a +2.
I have a +3.
I have +2.
I have a +1.
Right.
I do have advantage in stealth though, so
Right. So the +1 is going to get guidance.
I rolled a 21.
I have a 10.
16.
Shio, please don't die. We need to go see those boots.
okay. Hold on. Oh. Scared. I'm scared to push the button. Okay, fine. Here goes. No.
That's not bad.
That's a good roll.
I think we're good.
Are we good, DM?
Alright, so let's see. Sheo rolled a 14. Balder rolled a 15. Val a 10. And
I rolled a 19.
Zero rolled 21. Alright. Val, you see another ear shoot for you, and it just misses. Once again, making only contact with air before retreating back down into the tall grass.
Clearly, you guys just need to learn to fly. They can't
me.
reach you if you fly.
Then immediately proceeds to get hit by the next ear.
They can't reach if you fly. It gets slam dunked into the ground.
Alright, Val and Sheo, would you go ahead and roll intelligence checks for me?
Just straight intelligence?
This just
Yeah.
implies that Baldur and I are down.
You can roll a nature check.
Yay.
That wouldn't have mattered. Same modifier, so.
Alright, you guys kind of start to figure, while you're not running directly into the rabbits, they do have some form of reach to them. With that, you can determine that they can reach anything within 10 feet of coming close to those ears.
Okay, so we gotta keep some moderate distance, fellas. If we can't hit them, they can't hit us.
It's like a 10-foot radius around the
maybe
ears
so.
if possible. And fly. Flying helps.
Use 15 to be safe.
I'm gonna like use my wings to lift myself like 3 feet off the ground and kind of hover.
Okay, now with knowing the secret of how to progress through these fields, you manage to get out the other side of the tall grass fairly easily. But doing so ate up a lot of time trying to figure this out.
Well, we do not have time to rest. We gotta hurry.
Better get going.
Do you guys know what direction?
Can I track it?
You can try.
What
Guidance.
should I roll? Should I do survival?
If that's the way you want to track, yeah.
Best option. That's a 9 plus whatever I roll on the guidance. A 4. So 13.
It takes you a few minutes, but you manage to pick up the trail again.
I was just confused and I was following another different track.
You get confused. Ooh, rabbit track.
And you come up and over the rise, leading you down to a small outcropping where you see the kobolds with the gnome sitting in front of what appears to be a larger kobold with wings.
No.
And this one seems to be a bit older and stronger than the rest of them. He even has like a little tough goatee and long thin mustache hanging down over the end of his snout.
I think he's the boss.
Wow. Wow. Is that their dad?
I mean, I don't know. Aren't dads are an Owlin thing, right?
I just said that my dad makes them same now. That's our now thing.
And looking at it, it seems like the kobolds that you fought before are all back up, standing again. Their wounds have been tended to.
Should we try to talk to them? Maybe the more adult one is more reasonable?
No. The fairy just pats you on the head. No. No, we won't.
And Tango?
If you guys want to roll perception on this one,
Who wants guidance?
I just natural one perception.
I'll take guidance on my perception.
Alright, you can have a guidance on your perception.
So that's a perception roll.
I'm trying to
Uh,
look at them, but I feel very,
yeah.
very sleepy. And I just yawn and don't
Wait,
see
did
anything.
it just... Oh no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong roll. Which one was mine? Oh, that was mine.
Oh, you
11,
rolled.
11 plus 1d4. Okay, so that's 14.
alright, so
Mine was 8.
Boulder and Sheo, you can tell that it seems like the gnome's talking to the elder kobold. And they're having a conversation with one another.
I like kind of like hush the rest down a bit and go like shush, he's saying something.
An old acquaintance, perhaps?
And Boulder
Normally,
can tell that the elder kobold is heavily endowed in gold and other shiny stuff.
I think this might be a sale.
Do we risk that?
I'm not an expert on sales, but normally you don't like kidnap people for.
Is the guard still with us?
Yes.
Well, it's your caravan. Not our job, if something happens.
Filthy kobolds, the guard says, looking down at the group of them. I don't know why we tolerate them to live in this kingdom like this. At least they're usually kept out of towns. I don't know what's going on here. This seems like odd behavior.
Alright, minus the racism. I'm assuming he wants us to deal with the kobold.
I suppose so.
Yeah, but I mean, that one kobold can clearly talk. Maybe there is a chance for communication.
You can try, but he also has wings, and a gnome
Oh,
weighs
not
about
me.
5 pounds.
I'm not much of a talker.
I can talk alright, but I don't know if he's gonna want to.
Well, we have to do something.
You think maybe we could sneak up on them? See what they're talking about?
We can try. So are we gonna try and stealth closer?
I'm willing to give it a shot. I can also stay. I can also stay back a little bit and stay
Yeah.
on range.
Alright.
We should have a code word to shout if we get discovered.
I'm also going to go ahead and give Boulder Vigilant Blessing. He gets advantage on his next initiative roll.
All right.
I think the safe word should be dad.
No, that's an Owlin thing. Your
Oh,
safe word
okay,
is
sorry,
dad.
I was referring to the
I don't
gnome.
even know what that word means.
I was. Do you have a dad?
Do you?
Yes.
Must be an Owlin then. You part Owlin?
Not that I know of.
Oh.
Do Owlins drink a lot?
I mean, sometimes.
Are Owlins very good at dancing?
It well, you see, when you have wings for arms and you're dancing, it often quite quickly turns into flying or something adjacent.
Oh no, my dad is good at jumping and not really flying. I think he would fall down.
Oh,
You don't seem like you have horns either.
I mean, no, only feathers really.
No, I don't think my dad is an Owlin.
Maybe your
Okay.
dad is an Owlin.
That could be. I've never asked. Never met him.
I'm going to try and stealth a little bit closer.
Alright, those of you proceeding forward from this point, rolls for stealth.
Boulder, do you want the D4 guidance?
Quick question.
I've got +1, so sure.
Are we more than 60 feet away right now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna try to move into like within 60 feet.
Very specific distance.
It's almost as if it's a number on my character sheet.
22.
6. And another
Ooh.
6.
Please, I beg.
Amazing stealth.
Now!
And the guard didn't do too well either. He's behind you guys.
The fairy is hidden. Nobody else. The tall grass is just over
I
the
was too
fairy.
busy talking about my grandpa, and I'm just making noise with the hoofs on the floor, like.
And as you guys look up, you can see that all the kobolds are now just staring at you along with the gnome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
The smaller kobolds duck and take cover behind some small makeshift structures. And you hear in a louder, booming voice the elder kobold. Halt! Come no further.
Do you two know each other?
No, we just met.
Nice. It's my first time meeting you two.
What's your name?
My name is Kalias. What's your name?
I look over like, Balder. Did we already do this? I was talking to him.
Oh, I'm talking to the fucking big thing.
I love that interaction. No, I'm talking to him too. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
My name is Kaiba.
My stories mentions a guy like that. He was very obsessed with dragons. You do seem like a dragon, kind of. If a dragon was smaller.
Yeah, I never heard of a kobold with wings before.
There are not many of us.
Are you obsessed with dragons?
I mean, we are dragons.
Oh,
Oh.
In much the same way that Dragonborn are dragons. We are often akin, comparatively, as what a halfling is to a human, kobolds are to dragons.
So you're a dragon halfling?
What does that imply about me?
Or a dragaling? Are you a dragaling?
In a way, yes.
Am I still hidden?
No, you were kind of with the group, so you all kind of got discovered as a group because it was a group stealth check.
Dang.
You seem nice, Mr. Dragonleg. Why did you get the gnome?
I asked my little kobolds to go and find your leader.
Oh.
And
Are they
in,
your family? Are they your sons?
and in kobold culture, the one with the most gold is generally the leader.
Hmm. I mean, in ours too.
I think a mistake has been made. Is he the leader? I don't think he's a leader.
He has the most money.
No, I was just trying to explain to him that I am just a simple merchant.
I mean, right now, I would say the leader of this group would probably be the dwarf, because I mean, he leads into the battle.
I mean, you know what? Your thought process does make sense.
I will have you all know that the Owlin is very much that I am very much under the impression that I'm still hidden, even though I'm not, and I'm just like face down in the grass.
Ostrich mode.
Would everyone else agree the dwarf's probably the leader? I mean, out of this group at least?
Who has the most money?
That's a rather personal question.
I don't really have much.
Me neither.
Well, no, that's we're not kobolds, so we don't have pick the leaders the same.
It sounds like sound logic to me. Like the king has a lot of money.
I mean, I could get into a history lesson here, but yes, kings have money, but there's other reasons they're leaders.
What do you think this is? Democracy? You can't buy power with a monarchy.
See, he gets it.
I see. I mean, I'm not from here.
Yeah, I would say currently either this guy I point at the guard, or then I point at the dwarf, or this guy is probably the leader. But that's out of us right now.
Yeah,
But
like
But
what?
also, why do you want the leader?
Why are we worried about the leader?
Kobolds are not part of the society would the guard kind of picks up from there, and he's like, I think he's talking about the doctrine of societal races. Kobolds aren't included in that. They don't have any rights. They're just viewed as monsters.
Well, can we help you with that?
We wanted to speak with your leader to try to change that. We kobolds don't want to be treated as monsters, hunted and killed on sight.
Oh, you're talking. Yo, no. That's. You got to find the king for that. That's. You're not gonna find him around here.
Yeah, he has way more money.
Yeah, he has way more gold.
Like, that's just a merchant. He moves around. He has some money to pay for merchandise. Then he sells it. And depending on specifics of what he sells, we call him different names.
I see. Then
Do I happen to
Can-
know the king of this region?
Why would you?
You
Yeah,
don't
just
know
the name.
Oh, his name?
The name of.
Yeah, you would have his name.
Yeah, I'll throw his name out. That's who you're looking for.
We
I
would advise
see.
against trying to kidnap him.
Then would I be able to entrust you with this? He pulls out a scroll to give or make sure it goes to your king.
I mean,
I've never met a king.
we can try. It's rather hard to get an audience or to get anything to the king. I'm assuming I've never tried.
The guard
Gonna-
responds, "You can at least get it sent. We can at least have it sent to the king's court, and they can look at it. But we can't guarantee the king himself will read it." That'll do. The elder kobold hands over the scroll to the merchant, who then goes over to join the rest of you. Meaning you have taken the option to communicate and parlay with the kobolds.
Yay, diplomacy.
Yay.
Well, that was a fun detour. Do we get paid for this?
To the library.
Library?
As you depart and head back to the wagon, the guard and the merchant seem to be arguing with each other about what to do with the scroll. The merchant wants to see it delivered through his connections to the king's court. The guard thinks that no heed should be paid to the kobolds, and the letter should just be destroyed.
I don't think we should destroy the letter.
Neither
Mister?
do I.
Mr. Dragonling seemed really nice.
think we should give them a chance. I think inevitably it's gonna be up to the king anyway, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I feel like we should hold this to a vote, considering it wasn't our job to protect a caravan, and yet we all had to protect a caravan. I feel like we should have some say to it.
Yeah, we did the job.
Yeah, your job. As I point to the knight or guard.
We protected the caravan. One merchant got taken. That is
Yes.
all. We did our
And-
job.
No. We did your job. You did part of your job.
I mean, we could have left you with those rabbits.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you kind of owe us your life. We sort of saved your ass.
Look, all I'm telling you, kobolds are monsters. They raid villages and towns.
Maybe they're just looking for the king.
I mean, people also raid villages and towns.
Also, you guys don't give them any else of a choice.
This seems to be like a problem of systemic racism ingrained in your brain. Why do you hate your mother?
Maybe that's a human thing.
I don't hate my mom.
Mom's
Well,
a
you
human
seemed
thing.
to- there was a lot of there's a lot of aggression in that. Are you sure you're not harboring any ill will, any trauma?
No, I'm not.
Well,
But
he doesn't sound like
monsters
that.
are monsters. There's a reason why they aren't part of the societal doctrine.
So,
But
who made the societal doctrine?
It was first generated, I don't know, 2,000 years ago when the kingdom was first founded.
And it included all races that are now included?
Now, as other races began to move to this country and earn those rights, they were eventually added to the doctrine.
Oh,
Well,
so you can
you're a
earn the
cleric.
right.
You're a cleric. Are you sure you want to debate dogmas?
He doesn't know my
Is-
dogma.
Yeah, but isn't like the whole thing of churches not debating this?
Oh no, my church very much debates them.
Oh,
We worship two gods simultaneously, sort of. So it's sort of a whole debate in and of itself.
I like your church.
Thank you. Back to the matter at hand. I do feel that you should let the merchant do what he wants with it. I feel like you don't have much of a say-so in what he does with a letter handed to him. Especially since we had to do your job.
You can try if you want. It won't do you much good to send it off. Those things are not going to end up being part of the doctrine.
That's
don't
not
care.
really up to you, is it?
Alright. With that, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute mid-break.
Okay.
They're too lazy.
That is hilarious.
Doesn't rain too much, thankfully.
All right, and we're back. All right. So I'm pretty sure I know what your guys' decision with the letter is, but I have to ask, what are you guys doing with the letter?
Yeah, I'm just eating it.
Eating it.
No, we're turning it in.
Paper
Must be.
tastes nice.
Must be a fairy thing.
Must be very
Not
Alright.
quite fairy, but
So you have chosen diplomacy with the kobolds, and you have chosen to give the kobold's letter to the merchant.
Are we giving the kobold's letter to the merchant, or are we taking it to the king ourselves?
I say let the merchant handle it.
I mean, can he be trusted with it if the guards are so close?
I
Mr.
mean,
Merchant, what is your position on taking the...
What is your position on the societal status of all of any and all kobolds and dragonkind?
Anyway, you guys get back into the cart, and after a couple hours ride, you finally reach your destination of the city of Aston. And as you step out of the back of the wagon, the fresh sea air just hits you all at once. There's this cool breeze that blows in that has a bit of underlying warmth to it, that keeps the temperature at a pretty moderate temperature around these parts. You can smell fish and fresh fruit, just about everything here, as you see people meandering back and forth from stall to stall, buying, selling food. Which seems to be what they primarily sell at this port, is food. Assuming it's coming in and out. This is the major trade port for the country. It's pretty closely connected to the farmland out to the west, or to the east, and it's not that far from the capital. And just south of here, further along the coastline, just outside the peninsula, is another little port town that trades primarily in fish. It's more of a fishing town, but it's large enough to have its own kind of port. But mostly larger vessels will come in and out of this port, and out of the port of Aston.
I put my shoulders over Sheo and Callius, and I was like, you know what? I think we all deserve a drink.
I look at you, the happiest you've ever seen me so far.
Nicholas stops, and he kind of turns to you guys, and he goes, "Thank you so very much for the help. Now, if you don't mind me asking, are you guys an adventuring party? Are you associated with anybody?"
We just met.
Actually, I think this was our first little adventure. Yes.
it was my first, in a while at least.
Well, I've adventured before, but not quite anything like this. I haven't had to defend myself before.
Oh, I see. Well, if you guys are interested, if you decide to form a contract in a mercenary group, if you'd come to me, I would like to buy your first contract, if you guys wouldn't mind.
Well, I mean, I think we could use some gold, fellas. What do you think?
I mean, I'm not doing anything too pressing at the moment.
That sounds like adventure, I'm in.
Oh,
I mean-
good. Now, if you guys would stop by my shop later, I do have some stuff I need to do, and I do need to send that letter from the Elder Kobold.
Where is your shop?
Well, I don't really quite have one built yet, but I will have a stall set up here, at least for a little while I test out this town and see what it's like. I may set up here. I haven't quite decided yet.
I see. Well, I guess we are, as a group, I suppose, now also kind of fresh out of a place to stay, so I guess we'll be around for a while before we move on.
Alright. Very good. My stall is in this wonderful little district which they called the Slooms, I think they said it was. Anyway, I'll meet you guys. I'll see you guys there if you decide to come by. He reaches into his pocket and he hands each of you 3 gold pieces each.
Heyday.
I'm rich.
A little thank you for helping me. It's not much, but it's what I have on me for now. First couple rounds of drinks are on me. Just don't have too much fun. Anyway, thank you.
Goodbye!
See you later.
You see Nicholas kind of turn and kind of scuttle off. His short little legs power walking him as fast as he can.
There he goes. Right to the slums.
I hope he doesn't get mugged. Carrying around 9 gold in the slums as a gnome.
We are getting mugged with mugs of ale.
Oh, you're precious. Eric sort of just floats up and pats you on the head.
Not far away here. Oh, my gold! I'm being mugged! Just
Oh,
kidding.
no.
Now it's time to play the game. Will the bartenders actually serve me?
Yeah, I have the same issue.
I don't think we're talking about the same issue. They usually think I'm a child.
Oh,
Yeah, they do the same to me. And you believe it, I'm 20.
don't worry, I can be your legal guardian, which means I will buy you all your alcohol. With your gold, of course.
I mean,
That's the most
I'll
beautiful
accept it.
thing I've ever heard.
Must be an Owlin thing.
just like fathers.
Feathers, probably.
Just a lost and found fit thing, I'm afraid.
So where is the tavern? Sort of looking around. Not quite sure where they're at.
We can ask around.
A map
Is
of
the
this
dwarf
place
the
is good.
tallest of us all?
How
It's
tall?
like 4'8". I'm only 4'8".
Oh no, then I'm the tallest. Fuck.
Wait, I think you're the tallest. Yes, wait, let me check.
Oh, I thought the dwarf
I'm-
was
I'm
5'1". Oh, I guess the satyr's 5 foot. And
I
then
am
the
five-
dwarf was
I-
4'8".
I'm 5'1".
I am somewhere a little over 2 feet tall, so not it.
I was gonna ask the dwarf to look around, but no, I'm the tallest one. So I guess I have to do it.
I think I'm like 4'5".
Gosh, we're not getting served any alcohol.
Now, if you put the fairy in a sling and shoot him into the sky, they might get a little view for a little bit.
Not a bad idea.
You can
Well.
definitely try.
I guess try and find a tavern.
Yes.
Alright. Who's leading the group to find the tavern?
Who has the best perception skill? I mean, perception or investigation, I suppose.
I have a
Plus 7.
I have a +3 on perception.
I have a +0 in perception.
+2.
I guess I'm leading then.
With guidance.
Alright. For the person leading the party to try to find a tavern, roll survival.
Oh, that's also
with
awesome.
disadvantage.
Oh,
With guidance.
With guidance, so it's a. It would have
Oh.
been a crit, but no, it's only a 17. It's a 17 plus 2, 19.
You know, they say when you want to find a tavern, it's easy to find when there are plenty of doors around. You just keep following, and the drunker they get, the closer you get. After meandering around the tall people for a while, you manage to come across a happy little tavern, just kind of tucked in the corner out of the way. Seems typical barish, not that large. They have a second floor with rooms on the top story, and it's called Winding Paths Tavern.
I'm going to hover up onto a bar stool. I'm just going to order like some bread and some ale.
As you guys walk in, there's a very easily to spot barkeeper behind the bar. He's a large donkey centaur. And he has a banjo hanging up on a display case behind his bar.
Excuse me, Mr. I'm sorry, are you an asinine centaur?
Indeed I am. Name's
Uh,
Jeb.
Oh no.
Hi, Jeb. Can I get some bread and an ale, please?
Bread and ale. Yeah, of course. That'd be 5 silvers.
Okay. That seems a little expensive. I pay over the 5 silvers.
Yeah, we got pretty good stuff, though. And this is a port town. Lots of merchants. Everything's a little more expensive around here.
I'll take note of that.
What about the rest of you? Jeb asked, turning towards the rest of you.
I'm going to walk up to him, and I'm going to give him the most detailed and nerdy description of the exact type of wine I'm asking for. Like, can I get a muscat? White wine. Medium body, no. Medium body, sweet, high sweetness, notes of, I don't know, whatever. I don't know wine descriptions. But yeah, basically that.
I see him. Hold on, I'll have to go to the back for that. You see him saunter off and come back, and he has a nice bottle of wine that the exact bottle of wine that you asked for.
I am very surprised. I will be very glad to pay for that.
All right, that will be 15 gold for the glass.
15? What?
You asked for very good old stuff. It's expensive.
I look at them as very confused, like, is this a normal price?
Could be.
Yes.
You guys leave like
When one mug of ale and one piece of bread is 5 silver, that seems like a normal price.
normal cheap wine.
Cheap stuff. Alright, one moment. He turns around and leaves. And he comes
Very
back.
hard.
Now this one will only cost you about 5 gold. Is that alright?
Yes. I give him 5 gold, but I'm hurting inside.
He pours you a glass of the wine and hands it off to you.
Thank you.
Alright, what about the rest of you?
I will take some roast, the 2 mugs of ale.
2 mugs of ale coming up.
I would like and I start like stuttering. It's like the thought of near infinite choice is burning my brain.
That'll be 6
Is-
silver pieces for the 2 mugs.
And the roast?
Oh, and roast. That'd be another 3 silver pieces, so 9 altogether.
Remember when I talked about getting knocked before? I think I just did.
But you got a glass.
Do I get to keep it?
No.
Does he get to keep the glass? No. You did get money.
Why would you get to keep the glass?
I
This
just
is an
paid 5 gold for a glass of wine.
Should have gotten ale then.
Ale is gross.
Not if you drink enough.
Okay. But yeah, I'm a satyr. Why this ordination?
Well, if you're complaining about the price, maybe you should learn to make it.
I know how to make it.
Then
My
why don't you
people
make it?
produce it. The one I asked for is a specific one. My people.
Should have taken a bottle with you.
I should have. I could have sold it for like the price of a small house.
15 gold's a small house where you're from?
That was only a glass, not the whole bottle.
Ah.
Hold still. Hi, people.
And for you, what can I get you?
Oh, me?
Yeah, one of you didn't order, right?
Yeah, that's me. I'll take wine, just the cheapest you've got, please.
Cheapest wine. Alright, that'll be 5 gold.
Okay, what's the cheapest ale you've got?
3 silver.
Okay, I'll take it.
Well, he pours you a mug of wine. Or a mug of ale.
I'm being bullied by the barman.
To say the prices of wine in this place are what?
Well, I guess, do you also have rooms here?
Of course, we always got room for travelers.
How much is a 1-bedroom?
That'd be 5
Four
silver
beds.
pieces for the night.
5 silver? I'll go ahead and take one then.
Alright. What about the rest of you?
Sure.
Give me something I need. You notice that after winding down and drinking his wine and all, he seems incredibly tired.
See the fairy leaned a little, like, almost uncomfortably close. Just staring at him. Are you sleeping?
No.
You look like it. He just leans back. So about this proposition from the gnome, how serious are you guys on taking it up? The mercenary proposition.
Well, I'm kind of out of things to do, so
I don't know exactly what a mercenary is, but it sounds like adventure.
A mercenary is sort of a sword for hire. Or more than a sword sometimes less than a sword.
I look around. I don't see any swords among the four of us. We're gonna have a bit of an issue with that.
I have a sword, it's just fairy sized.
I think that counts as a dagger.
No, I pull out like it's a tiny little rapier.
That looks more
It's
like
just-
a sewing needle.
I was gonna say it's a sewing needle.
Well, I dabble in sewing.
Ooh, slow down there, Thumbelina.
But if prices are like this all throughout town, I might be needing some extra coin. Where would we
Me
even
too.
sign up as mercenaries?
Mercenary headquarters?
Give me 1 second.
I feel like there would have to be a mercenary headquarters somewhere. You said we'd have to
You
make a
think so, right?
contract.
And then sell it.
Yes.
What,
You can
what
even sell the wine.
I'm drinking this now. But yeah, I'm so tempted to send a letter home. Sell your wine here. Get
Yeah.
rich.
well, I mean, you said that that bottle you asked for was from your...
Yeah.
Oh, so apparently
Yeah,
they
they're
are
from
selling it.
us selling some.
I have a question. Aren't satyrs from the Feywilds?
We originally come from there, yes.
Ah, is there like a colony here somewhere?
Mm-hmm. Where I come.
That's nice to know. There's not really any fairy colonies here, which is kind of annoying.
Alright, I'm back.
That's weird. I've met fairies before.
Yeah, it's more of small groups, no real colonies or anything.
I see. Yeah, you guys seem to be moving around.
Yeah, it's there's no. Usually, there's not large enough trees for fairies to stay anywhere specific for too long. Most of us prefer the wilds, but not all of us.
What's up? I'm curious. The fairies I met, they didn't have the wings like you do.
Oh, I'm afraid they're just torn. They used to be in better shape.
What happened to them?
You could say there's a bit of an accident on a previous little adventure I went on.
I see. Yeah, when you go with fairies, that sometimes happens.
Yeah, it takes. Sadly, fixing fairy wings isn't just a quick job. It takes a lot sometimes.
You do have a sewing needle.
You want me to run a sewing needle through my wings?
I don't know.
I
They
mean, I
do-
could do it for you.
You monster! How would you like it if I plucked a dozen feathers from your neck and shoved a needle in it?
I mean, probably not nice, but
That's what it would feel like.
Val walks into a shop and they have all those butterfly wings pinned up there.
So, I look over to Jeb. Is there a way we can... Is there like a mercenaries guild somewhere? In town?
Mercenaries Guild? Let's see. No, there's no direct mercenaries guild, but you can register as adventurers. Usually from there you can register your party and get a first contract drafted.
That must be what the gnome was talking about. Well, if you all are serious about it, I'd be willing.
I think I'd be willing. I mean, I was going to go to the library, but Now that I know what the cheapest wine costs, I think I don't really want to know if they have, an entrance fee or not.
Do libraries usually have entrance fees?
Not where I come from, but wine doesn't cost 5 gold either where I'm from.
Guess that's fair.
What about you, or leader? I say, looking to the dwarf.
Oh, me?
Yes. Are you gonna join?
I've literally been eating on my roast the entire time, just taking sip in between sip. You know, I am here for some personal business, which may make me have to leave, but honestly, I'm just lost, so I might as well just stick around with you guys. We made a pretty good team, didn't we?
I think so. I don't have any other teams to compare.
I just sort of need the money. And honestly, being a mercenary doesn't seem like it would interfere with my personal business. After all, when you're sort of hunting for shiny objects, gnomes typically be the best place to start.
Well, I'm just a wanderer. I don't really have a goal.
I'm just traveling around. So I think this will help with the traveling.
Well, I guess tomorrow morning we can sign on as adventurers and hunt down the gnome.
We don't need to phrase it like that.
Well, I mean, we'll be hunting him down, won't we?
Tracking.
This is the same thing. Semantics.
But you were good with books.
I mean, I've dealt with a lot of books.
Dealt with.
Mhm.
You killed any books.
Oh, you're precious. The fairy just jumps off of her stool and sort of gets the room number from the bartender and goes upstairs to bed.
I'm going to pay for another room and go to my room. Unless our rooms are somehow the same.
That's 5 silver each.
Oh,
We're all
okay,
gonna sleep
sorry.
in the same room that we all paid for independently.
This is... Oh no, there is only one bed.
There's only one bed. Then we're just gonna have to like sleep in order of height, you know.
I mean,
I mean, if it was only one bed, would be fine. We can just sleep 2 on one side, 2 on the other. We're short enough.
Honestly, we
To
thought
fit.
it's fine. You have to just like it becomes Tetris.
I mean, it's 5 silver for a single person room. You can choose to pay a bit more to get a multi-person room. But if you split the cost, it's a bit cheaper.
I'll always take my own.
Val
Let's
has her
get a
own room.
multi-person.
Wanna get a 2-person room then, or maybe a 3-person? Because 5 silver is quite a bit.
Let's get a 3-one. If you want, Mr. Dwarf.
Or a 3.5.
3.5. I mean, we could probably
Where's the half?
half a
I
bed.
point
Of
out the
course.
fairy.
The fairy's already gone to her own room.
The fairy could do with a crib.
Just a little blanket in the corner.
Yeah, like a dog bed.
You hear stomping from upstairs. I heard that.
Don't worry, I don't need much more than some twigs either.
You sleep on twigs.
I mean, it's comfortable. Have you tried it?
No. Can I?
I think we can build a nest outside someday, but
We normally sleep on like beds. Comfy beds.
but
Oh.
I'm used to having a nest, like up in the trees. I mean, of course, it's not outside really. I mean, we do have some roofs, but We used to swap trees quite a lot within the village, so it wasn't really all that permanent. So sometimes the nest is easier.
How do you not fall out of the tree?
Well, you see, we lived pretty high up in a bay, and usually the wind always only comes from one side. So then you can just build your nest in a nook of a tree, and you won't really fall out.
Well, like, what if you toss and turn and you do fall out? Have you ever woken? Have you ever fallen out of the tree?
Yes,
You
as a
can
child.
fly?
It usually only really happens to the youngins, But
We usually
mean, there-
push them so they could learn to fly.
I mean, yes, but eh. Sometimes the youngins do the job for us. They already go and take a tumble, and then depends on how high up the nest is. What the aftermath of that is.
I'm very concerned for the safety of your kids.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Most of the time there's a bush underneath. Most times bush underneath we don't weigh that much. It's okay. But if there's not, or someone happens to live above the rocks,
Maybe land on the rocks.
supposed to do unless they span a net, yeah. And parents don't really usually think of that.
I figure that'd be the first thing you think about.
I can I take that back? The thing about dads being an Olin thing.
I mean, they are an Auden thing, except they're always, mentally absent.
Trying to change the subject, I look at the bartender and ask, "How do you sleep?"
I got a nice hay bed in the back.
Fuck yeah!
Do you sleep standing up?
I can. Doesn't bother me any.
You see, twig brothers. He sleeps on hay. I sleep on twigs. It's the same thing, really.
I sleep on a mattress with sheets. They were made of linen. They were really comfortable.
Tonight I'm going to find out what the mattress feels like. Right, so we were doing that 3-person room then?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so if I can have back the five silver pieces I paid for that room,
He
can we
doesn't have
get,
any
like-
3-person rooms specifically. He's got a 4-person room he can rent you.
how much for?
How much is it?
That one's a total of 10 silver pieces.
You know what? That's still cheaper.
Yes.
I'll cover the 4. You guys cover the 3s.
Okay. I cover 3 silver pieces.
I pay 3 silver pieces as well.
Alright. So you guys rest up for the night.
The instant Kalias touches his bed, he's already sleeping.
I'm a snorer, so
Oh no.
I don't snore. I whistle.
Middle of the night, just honk. Shoo.
we just alternate.
I like to think that like you can see like the you can just see the flowers in your hair as like right above or right under the sleeping cap. With like
What?
holding out the little tray with the candle in it. And like
One
the
thing.
blue gown.
The flowers in my hair will wilt during the night and will sprout again in the morning. Different flowers. It's a weird thing. Satan thing.
I like to think when the Alan sleeps, he goes, "What? Who? Where? Who?"
I have like the most violent nightmares, and then it's like in the middle of a nightmare I was like be screaming, and then suddenly it's just like a whistle.
Alice makes absolutely no sound.
You're perfectly silent.
You would think he's literally dead during the entire night. He makes no sound, no movement.
Alright, so the night passes. We're now on day 2.
48 hours something.
Rather early in the morning.
In 10 days, the moon falls.
Oh no!
Rather early in the morning, there's a knocking at your guys' door. Very low to the door as well.
The only thing you hear back at first is like a whistle.
Hey, open up! Knock, knock, knock.
Alright, hold on.
Least
I'm
for
coming.
today.
I go and open the door.
You have to look down to see the fairy.
Is it sad that I picture the fairy's voice being Nastina from the Pokemon movie, or from the Pokemon series?
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
The lady who wanted to exterminate the Tentacool.
Still don't know who that is.
I haven't watched many Pokemon movies. I just watched the original one.
It's the original series. It's,
Don't remember who it is.
look it up. Look up Nastina when after this is over, and that's why I picture Val's voice to be.
All right, get up.
Yeah, but I should like open the door and you see you look into the room. You see I've like woken up, but I've just kind of made a nest out of the blankets, and you know the Crow of Judgment meme.
Yeah.
It's just that look, like just slightly out of the top, it's just like only my eyes.
You guys look like a mess. Wow.
I'm still
Anyway,
sleeping.
the fairy's going to flutter up and just stand on the satyr while he's sleeping.
He would continue to sleep.
All right, we have to. We need to get the information from Jeb at where we can just sign on for the party, for the adventuring party, and then we need to find the gnome in the slums. He said he had a stand. Hopefully, it's more than just a stand. But I want to do this early, so that if any of you guys have personal effects, you can do it after you sign off.
5 minutes more, Mom. You hear from below you.
Val just gives him like a slight kick. Wake up!
Ow! Ow!
That didn't.
Why are you waking up so early?
Because we have to get an early start.
You guys ready to go? I pick up the satyr and just carry him over my shoulder.
Okay, that's acceptable.
I would like really carefully step over the blankets as opposed to the nest, and then start moving towards the
You should look at me first.
Breakfast sounds fine.
Are there any patrons in the inn?
Not as many as there were last night. A lot of inns, people just show up to drink and then go back to their own homes. There's a few people downstairs having a bit of breakfast.
2 eggs, please.
How do you want them prepared?
Do I get a choice? Dealer's choice.
Alright. What about the rest of you?
I want
bird seed.
Do you have mice? Do you have mice?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure I could whip up something back there.
Yes, you should. I can also go for small fowl, but I guess it's a bit more expensive. I'll eat the seagulls.
This is a port town, right? I asked the bartender.
Yep,
Do you have fish?
of course we got fish.
Small red fish.
Fish for breakfast.
What kind of fish?
Sardine?
Sardine. And how do you want that prepared?
Grilled.
Grilled. Alright.
And I will take eggs, scrambled, throw it in a bowl. There's some sausage, ham, and bacon. All good.
Alright. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail and I'll be right back. Jib disappears back into the kitchen. The
While it's gone, I would like to point out, have you seen any other workers around here?
No.
Even last night?
Didn't the guy just doing one of his own? I mean, he has an extra pair of hands.
Those aren't hands, those are legs.
I look at you with the exact same expression. Not registering the difference.
Oh boy.
It's very.
The aromatic smells begin to waft out from the kitchen, being carried in on the waves of cool air rolling in through the windows out from the ocean side. And after about a good 10-15 minutes, Jeb comes out with all your orders. Val, he sets down in front of you a 2-egg omelet stuffed with 5 different kinds of cheeses melted in an assortment of herbs and spices, thyme, oregano, sea salt fresh from the ocean, and it's got little chunks of crab diced up in it.
Gourmet.
That sounds
With
very expensive.
with rice stuffed inside of it as well. Zalio, you get a finely sliced grilled sardine with a large slab of garlic and herb butter melted over the top. Seared and smoked on top of being grilled. So it's got a deep, rich fragrance to it. And it seems like he kept all the juices that would normally drip from a grill, caught it, and then steamed it over the sardine, and then has a deep red sauce topped over the top of it. Balder,
Oh, sorry.
yes.
I was just gonna say that I just realized that a sardine is way too small a fish. Please consider I said a bigger fish. Error in translation.
Balder, you get a big, hefty bowl filled with eggs, cheese, sausage, ham, bacon, rock salt,
I immediately start eating.
Jo, he hands you a small grill tray where there are 3 mice laid on it. They've been skinned, grilled, and they're kind of like kebabbed with their own tail, where it's become stiff from the heat. And then he has a honey glaze over that.
I quickly take it as I realize that it's way more gourmet than anything I've ever eaten before.
Where'd you learn to cook?
Oh, when you've been around like I have, you learn to pick up a thing or two.
How much did these cost?
That's free breakfast with your rooms.
Ah,
Fantastic.
This came with the rooms. Okay, I'm regular now. I don't mind the wine or the drink ale.
Elias is confusion.
That's mighty nice of you.
So even with her mouth full, Belle's gonna keep talking. All right. So what I'm thinking, just like bits of rice and egg falling out. We signed the contract. We need to come up with a name for the party, right? So I was sort of thinking, what about the short stacks?
You know what? I really love that idea.
Because I can't see over most of the crowd when we're walking through, so
We can both fly up and then like look over the heads.
you see like her cheeks are just like stuffed like squirrels.
yeah, I'm just devouring. Like, work for marriage.
Whoa! That's all you hear.
Jeb, where would we sign up? The adventure.
Well, most major towns, they all have a Heroes Guild. Well, Adventurers Guild, rather. They all share the same name because they're all interconnected with each other. The guild is called Thousand Journeys First Step. You'll want to go there, speak with one of the receptionists. They're usually pretty happy to help you set things up. But if you don't have a patron, it might cost you a bit of a pretty penny to get signed in.
How much is a pretty thing?
But that's why I'm gonna patient.
Oh, let's see. What was it last time I checked? I think it was like 120 gold.
We definitely need to find the
A lot
gnome
of
first.
rooms. Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. Those two, that's fine paying this fee, but he only gave us each 3 gold, same as life.
He said that's what he had on him.
The thing is, all adventure thing might be a scam.
How long did this contract last for?
In grandfather whenever you do contracts, difference because you want to, you stop doing things because you no longer want to.
Well, what if someone promised to do something for you and then they stop doing it because they don't want to?
They're an asshole.
Well, contracts are what establish repercussions for those assholes.
Repercussions are the people. If people think you're an asshole, they just no longer trust you.
Well, yes, but contracts are that people can't lie about people who made promises.
They still get broken.
I mean, they can, but then the person can get hurt. The guards can take them away.
We don't really do guards either.
Well, what happens when someone steals from you?
You get it back?
What if they're better than you at stealing, so you can't get it back?
You get them really drunk, and you get it back.
What if they don't drink?
We're satyrs.
I feel like this is going to take a while.
We're more like.
We should probably go find the merchant right after we're done eating. That way we don't have to take 120 gold out of our pockets.
So for the merchant, we can sign up, we have a nap. We go to lunch.
I agree, except for the nap. You just woke up.
But the nap.
No nap. No. She's just wiggling her finger at you. Like, no nap.
Alright. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah. Where did you say we could find it again?
Slum.
You set up shop there.
Someone who can't afford to go away.
Alright. So you guys head out to the slums. And you get down there, and he's relatively easy to find. He's got a little... It looks like he's had enough time to set up a small little makeshift building. Where is that? Big old sign hanging from it that has his full name on it.
Oh god. How long is the sign?
It's pretty long.
Does it have like a few boards nailed to the end of it to increase the length?
No, because he had it custom made.
Oh,
Oh,
It-
okay, prepare.
It's on mahogany with golden inlay.
From the slums.
And then right under that it says, Gnome Away from Home. That's the shop name.
It's definitely not a nice part of town for such a good stand.
You would say it's not it's Gnome, a nice part of town.
or is it still standing?
Just facepalm.
Psychic damage.
I can show you psychic damage.
Oh, you can use it as well.
You know, I always thought making about a bard who just uses puns to deal psychic damage.
I am not a bard, but as of next level, I will be able to use psychic.
I will turn to the ranger and I'll give it like one more pun and I will use mind skip problems.
I mean, my flame is still really makes them weak for the next one. It's literally just one of them.
Basically, yeah.
Is the dwarf? Is the gnome there?
Yeah.
Or whatever?
The shop's unlocked and you come in, and he's sitting behind the desk on about 3 or 4 booster seats. Ah, gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to your gnome away from home.
And gentle lady.
Yes, and lady, of course. So I guess this means you've considered my offer.
I think we have.
Alright. Did you already sign up for a mercenary group, or...
Without a patron, I'm afraid it's going to be a little too expensive.
Alright, that's fairly simple. I can take care of that. He pulls out a small little ledger, sets a pin down on it, and the pin stands there by itself. Now let's see here. For the 4 of you, let's see. No adventuring party, no prior experience in an adventuring party, correct?
How if you don't count yesterday?
Yes, but you weren't really in an adventuring party. It wasn't registered or anything. So let's see. You see him kind of walking back and forth on top of the table as he's running calculations through his head. So generally how these contracts work, at least in these situations, I pay the gold up front for your as your patron. I get exclusive rights to your contract. We can discuss further improvements to the contract as time goes on. Contracts are liable to be sold to other parties in case you want to terminate current controlship. Now, you can purchase your contract back under your own names. It can take quite a bit, but it is doable. Generally, the bulk of any gold or items found on a contracted mission goes to the contractor. And you guys are getting your contract pay each time you complete one of a contracted mission. So you guys will be free to take care of your own business if you need or want to, but you aren't going to get paid for it.
I guess that's fair.
Of course, as a mercenary group, you can still take on missions that are put out by the guild as a mercenary group. So you can make money off of that. That does not go against contract. If you suddenly decide to work for another shop doing something for them, that would breach contract. Well, let's see. A shop with no name. Or not no name, rather, but you know, no withstanding in the country. Standard wages and fees. Alright, if you guys are willing to sell your first contract to me, you'll each get 50 gold. And then for every mission that you take on and complete, that's a contracted mission, you'll receive an additional base 50 gold, plus a percentage of the value of everything that you find. If there's anything that you wish to keep out of what is found, You may negotiate for it, and I can take that out of your earnings instead. Of course, you're welcome to buy goods from me because you are under contract from me. I can give you a special discount as my contracted mercenary party.
Do you have any other contracted mercenary party?
No.
Have you ever had a contracted mercenary party?
Oh no, I'm much too young for that. Now, let's see. About anything else? Right, you're required to take on at least one contracted mission a month.
What if a mission lasts over a month?
If you're
I don't know what we'll be doing exactly.
if it is a non-contracted mission from the guild will pay your fees for missing the will pay the fee for missing the contracted missions. If you are already on a contract mission, there is no breach of contract if you're gone longer than a month. If you just choose not to take a contracted mission, you will be charged a breach of contract fee. And of course, that can lower your standing at every place out there.
Fair enough.
That can hurt your chances for getting increased contract fee or payments, better deals, that sort of thing.
It seems like a pretty fair signing, to be honest.
I think it's good. I think it works for me. Honestly, we don't really have much of a choice either because we're fresh out of gold. But
And the entire time he's talking, you see the pen just furiously writing, copying down to the paper whatever he's been saying, specifically to the pen.
Is there any product in like the stall or store or whatever right now?
There doesn't seem to be anything quite out yet. You do hear shuffling around in the back part of the store. But it doesn't look like anything's really been put out yet.
Mr. Lowe, what do you say?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just asking to the gnome what does he sell, but you said there's no merchandise.
I mostly sell standard fare back from the gnome lands.
Is that the kind of fare that leaves craters?
Oh, anything can leave a crater behind if you try hard enough.
That's not how a normal person thinks.
Most of the times when there's a lot of soldiers together, they leave behind a lot of empty bottles.
Balder's imagining, or like I'm just imagining taking my maul, just hitting to the ground, just creating the crater. Yeah.
I've seen that look before. That there's a crater look.
Don't he?
Okay.
You know how to make a crater. It is like pretty cool.
Yeah, I imagine if you just hit the ground hard enough, it'll make one, right? I've seen
We can try.
I've seen giants throw things, throw big boulders, and sometimes they just push all the dirt around it when the boulders land.
I see. So are we signing this? Does that sound okay? I honestly spaced out, right? The first boss. The second time he said B, I lost it.
I picked up a couple things. I mean, it basically comes down to the part where getting delayed on a contract is fine, as long as we don't we can actively abandon a contract, but then we have to pay it back. But if we choose not to take up a contract, that means we have to pay a fee.
As long as we keep taking on the work we're given, we should be fine.
Yeah. And also something about your standing getting reduced if you are not reliable, which is...
You get shorter?
I'm already short enough.
I hope not.
Like, I'm standing right now and my standing was reduced and get shorter.
We need to stack up in order to not be short.
Hence the name, the short stack.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Actually, if we shrink too much more, even if we stack up, we'll still be short.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
we
it's not
shrink
failed.
down quadratically that way.
So do we have all the necessary paperwork and coin and whatever to go to the Adventurers Guild?
Alright, so the gnome picks up the pen and he now has a stack of 50 sheets of parchment that forms the contract sitting there. And he claps his hands, and a large marble golem steps out of the back room and picks up the pile of papers in one hand, holds out his other hand, and Nicholas jumps onto it, and he awaits to follow you guys to the guild hall.
Oh, he's following us? I thought he knew the way.
Look for the guild hall.
Jeb pointed us in a fairly good direction, I believe.
Yeah, so go down.
To the guild hall.
Guild hall.
Be right back, take a quick bathroom.
Alright. You work your way all the way to the guild hall, which is in the main street, main square of the port town. It's one of the smaller buildings there because there's not a whole lot of need for adventurers usually around these parts. It's almost all merchants, sailors, and then there's a pretty heavy military presence around here as well.
I wonder if there's a pirate problem in this town.
And you see the Thousand Journeys First Step building before you.
I've taken plenty of steps. This will not be the first.
So it's your first step as a package?
No. We have to sign and then we take the first step. These steps have nothing to do with that.
Yes. Those steps count if they are with
I don't see why they wouldn't. It's still a step.
Out of the protest, I'm going to fly over at like 3 feet high, just over the stairs.
They will. I will never step again.
I will never step again. I will never make another step.
There's no steps outside this building. It's flat on the ground.
Oh, I ruined my cannon.
There are stairs
Wait.
inside of the building.
Oh,
Fly over the steps.
Okay, I'm back. What I missed.
develops absolute flight just to never have to step again.
We are being angry that the place is called First Step.
Thousand Journeys First Step.
I will not take 1,000 journeys. I will not take a step. Fly into the reception hall.
Alright, so you fly into the main hall, and in it you see quite a few adventurers gathered around, chit-chatting and having drinks. They seem to have like a little mess hall going on up front. Towards the back end, you can see that either wall seems to have a lot of seems to have like a lot of the walls are covered in jobs for adventurers to take, which seems pretty standard for most adventurers. They do seem to have their own butcher on site as well. They also have their own merchant. Merchandising area where they buy and trade in monster parts. And then they have a reception desk where an elven lady and a tabaxi woman stand behind the counter.
I assume that's for adventure supplies then. Yes. Healing potions or what?
Calling them the cat lady.
Oh! Oh no!
I don't think you can do that. I feel like that's rude.
The tabaxi woman's kind of staring at you with a grumpy look on her face, her hair kind of standing on end of here. And she turns and walks away.
No! We've been here for exactly 10 seconds.
Why is that rude?
That's a great first impression.
Amazing.
That is just very confused.
I turn back to the gnome. Do you know where we go to get registered?
Yes, the desk where you just drove away the tabaxi woman.
Oh. have a little bit of a scowl at the satyr.
I can't say that.
I wonder if we let her hit you, she'll come back.
I don't want to be hit if possible.
I was almost gonna have it lost in translation. I was gonna have shield just like at literally every single race. I won't go that far into the bit. That feels like something that would get out of hand real quick.
It's easy trying.
Alright, so the marble golem moves forward and holds its hands out, and the gnome hops off his hand onto the desk, and then the golem sets down the paperwork in front of the elven woman, since the tabaxi woman stormed off.
I just feel so very sorry right now.
I do apologize for my companions, ma'am. But here's the paperwork for you to look over. I'm going to be the patron of this adventuring party. It looked like he was going to say the word fine, but stopped himself considering the damage already done.
You can hit the satyr if you truly want to.
I would rather not, but I like it.
It would be deserved and entertaining.
Well, if you're done insulting other people's races, let's see here. She flips through the paperwork. So everything seems to be in order. So she motions for you guys to follow her. She leads you all to the staircase where you go up to the second floors, and you go to the guildmaster's room. And she shows you in. And sitting behind the counter is a tall human in a very nice, sturdy jacket. Small glasses over his face. Slight beard and mustache combo. Little bit of 5 o'clock shadow going along his sideburns. Ah, Marie, welcome. Is this a new adventuring party? He asks. And she nods and hands him the paperwork as she leads the rest of you into the room. I see. Agree to the contract then?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing.
I'm up to be swindled.
Alright then, so the guildmaster kind of pushes towards you guys the stack of papers and goes, then I'll need you to have you sign the document. And he shows each of you all the hundreds of places that you guys have to sign, initial date, sign, so on and so forth through the whole paper.
Wow, not even the devil comes with this many strings attached.
Alright, and party name, it says here Short Stacks.
Yep.
That'd be us.
Alright, and which one of you guys is going to be the party representative or leader?
Well, You know, I think if you're gonna be a meat shield, Mr. Dwarf, then I think it would only be fair if you can also be the leader.
You know what? I whispered to him. Very good at talking.
Who likes to talk? I mean, I like to talk, but I'm not good at talking to people, if you know what I mean.
I'm not great at talking to people either.
I'm decent.
Then you can be the leader.
Surprisingly.
Are you? Just... You just made noises at a cat woman.
I've never seen. I thought it was a big cat.
You just hear a huge, like a hard smack at the very face palms.
I've never seen anything quite.
He'll at least be a mascot. Let him be the leader.
Let him be the leader. And if he can be the leader, and if he doesn't want to be the leader, I can be the leader because without metagaming too much, my charisma's 80.
Without metagaming too much, right now my charisma is just a +2. In a level, it'll be a +7.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
do trust that I'll be good at charisma. It's the one thing this character does.
Whoa.
And I think that's settled.
He adds his wisdom and charisma. And he has a fuck ton of wisdom. So.
Well,
But only at level 3. So.
you are the tallest.
I am the tallest, yes.
Alright, so Sheo is the leader.
No.
Galias is the leader for some ungodly reason.
This is gonna be funny.
We
Who?
left the most underprepared one. Be the leader.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be in the back, like, hey, you sold your soul.
Yes, kind of. Admittedly, he didn't hear anything about the contract because he was too sleepy. So he doesn't understand much of what he's signing.
We're making this. The leader's gonna be more of a mascot, but
Yeah, basically.
So you're making the goat person the scapegoat for the group.
yes.
More.
Now I know how the cat lady
Alright, everything seems about squared away here. If you wouldn't mind, and the lady brings over some guild identification cards for you, which they imprint with your names, the mercenary band group name, and they're on little bronze tablets.
Oh.
I sure hope they are good quality bronze. Sorry.
I mean, it better be for 100 gold.
Showing you guys as the lowest level of adventurers. The gnome goes ahead and pays the 120 patron fee on the contract. Alright, very good then.
Cool. That means we're professionals now, yes?
Professionals, right. Now, the guild cards that you have will allow you to waive most travel fees and expenses. Those were covered by the guild under the membership, which your patron's going to be paying for you, so you don't have to worry about maintaining a payment to the guild. We also have free butchering and carving services for any monsters that you bring in. However, we do not have a on-staff blacksmith to work with those parts. That might come in a DLC later on or something. I'm not entirely certain.
Okay, that's really the DLC. That means it's official now. Yes.
I already know what that means.
What is the DLC?
Can't think of a fun acronym for D&D.
I'm thinking on
I'm
it.
not
too. I
gonna
was
lie.
like, oh, a dragon's lost continent, obviously.
Ah.
I was thinking you were
new
going to go
world.
something related to that.
Is it that?
That's lost continent.
That's lost continent.
It's an Alan thing. You wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't get it. You don't get it. You know, we like when we come of a certain age and we realize that inevitably, you know, crowded a few eggs somewhere, we just get this overwhelming urge to go look for a new continent.
Is that the equivalent of your dad going to buy cigarettes?
Yes, except it's just biologically and genetically ingrained in your DNA. You have to leave.
You're such bad parents.
I mean, no safety nets. We build our nests above cliffs. Like, I'm Shale Bay Roost. I lived in a redwood bay that was suspended at least 50 feet from the waves. If you fall as a bird, even if you're young, you're dead.
Now, son, I tell you I'm gonna go buy cigarettes or milk, but I'm gonna go look for a lost continent.
Really, I'm gonna go exploring out there. You have no idea.
I lived in a house with my mom and my dad.
And it's like every single surviving Owlin is just. It's not even like rogue levels or fucked up in the head. It's like they're just really just still cheerful because there's just no other way they used to. Like everyone lost their dad.
There's so
This
much
is the common
trauma
thing.
that
When
it's not even
no one
trauma.
has a dad, then everyone will. Something like that.
99% of all psychological patients are Owlins by default.
Alright, and I think that's about it. Now, you can't really sell anything outside of the guild that you collect. So if you get any unique parts or anything, that will mainly go to your patron through the contract. Anything that you collect for your percentage of anything that you collect during your travels, that will go to that you guys will either have to use or you'll have to sell here through us. Through regulations, unless you want to get a merchant's license from the Merchants Guild.
Well, I suppose we better start saving up for a license then.
But again, that will probably come out later in a DLC.
Oh, right, okay, yes. We will save until the DLC is here and then we will trade you 576 platinum coins.
That's how you get your dad back?
Yes. You have to build a boat and you have to sail after him. Or learn to fly.
You see the fairy's writing all of this down. I never knew so much about Owlin.
It's just whenever there's parents involved or like orphans, it's just like an Owlin.
An error in translation has spiraled out of control.
Any nation ran by Alan is just like Lord of the Flies is but with owls.
Yeah. Lord of the Flies have owls, and also they are all just like too obsessed with literally anything else to actually hurt each other.
I'm just imagining the owlings being obsessed with anime. All of them at the same time.
It's like you go to you go to like an Owlin library, and it looks like really sophisticated, all this gold and like expensive scenery and decorations. And then you go up this really big Owlin because they come in really big sizes too, like 8 feet. And you like you like walk up this like, okay, so where are your history books? And they like point out the shelf, and you go to the history book, and it's just manga.
It's just Naruto.
It's only manga.
You go there and you're like, hey, I'm looking for someone. Everyone all at once. Who?
That's
Then the one he's talking to goes, I apologize. That's a uncontrollable urge we all have. That's like instinct kicks in.
Favorite Owlin novels and manga include going to find a lost continent.
Wait,
It
isn't
depends on,
DLC.
I have not seen this series, but isn't this the basic plot of Hunter x Hunter? Isn't that your dad has gone to hunt monsters, and now you go to hunt monsters not because you want to find your dad, but because you think it's very fun.
Yeah.
Isn't that the basic plot?
Because you're actually just really interested in it as a pastime. Alright, I think that's enough gags. I think
Yeah.
we better sign this contract and get going.
Let's proceed with the story now.
The Owlin thing is getting out of hand.
Who would have thought?
Oh no.
I'm sorry. It was just a hoot.
Who the fuck?
No.
You made this choice. You deal with the consequences.
We made all the plans.
No.
I'll beg to differ on that one.
No.
No.
Stop. I
Also,
can't
please,
deal with this level of psychic damage.
please check the general Discord, because I just saw this and this is incredibly foul.
They're pinning my wings to a corkboard too. Oh no!
That's our fairy.
No.
Yeah.
Not the wings. Anything but the wings.
Alright, but really, fellas, come on, focus. It's already been 10 o'clock, and I think the DM has more planned for this session.
Yes.
All right. So he lets you know that you can sign up with the Merchants Guild, and they will let you sell products to other people that way. Otherwise, you can sell your stuff directly to the Adventurers Guild, and they'll buy it from you. It's almost kind of like, you know, reward or proof of kill type of thing. And then Monster Meat can help feed the town or whatever, help build supplies, stuff like that.
Oh, by the way, hello. I have a question, yes?
Who?
Well, that's me, Sheo. I have a question about I have a question for the Guildmaster specifically, I suppose. If we say we wanted a place to stay permanently close to here or close to another guild headquarters, is there like any way we could, you know, find a bit of a suitable spot? Maybe like according to guild standards, or maybe you don't have like property that you sell?
Most adventurers usually stick around their hometowns and have their own homes.
Oh, I see.
So there's not a lot of use having extra housing around guild halls. Well, your membership does help get you a discount on overnight stays usually.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah, a lot of things the guild card can help you get discounts for. which is part of why we charge fees, because it rebalances itself out in other ways.
See.
Well, it sounds like it's time to go make some money.
I think so too.
All right. The four of you and the gnome head out back to the front entrance of the guild and back out on this, down into the main hall. And he turns to you and he goes, "Well, as of right now, I don't have anything I need you to, the group of you to do immediately or anything. So I'm going to return to my gnome away from home. Finish setting up my shop. But you guys are welcome to look over the quest boards and see if there's anything you guys would like to do."
Right, yes, I think so. I think we want to go take a look. We need money now more than ever.
Yeah, that's what is pinned up on this quest board.
Alright, so for the lowest rank adventurers, you have a herb gathering mission. You have a goblin hunt, a kobold hunt, and
Proofs of kill.
yep, we'll need to bring back proof of kill on those points.
Do they need to be body parts?
Usually.
I look over at my companions. We could just get the kobold hat, go talk with Mr. Kobold, ask him for something. Come back.
I don't think he'd be willing to give us what they're going to want.
It's usually severed pieces.
That's why I was asking for this. No,
I'm
it's
down
just
for a
fine. Just
good
trying to
old
be-
goblin hunt. Haven't hunted goblins since I was a little boy.
And then you see that there is a sea cave exploration notice on the board.
I kind of like the idea of a sea cave.
Wait, yes.
I like the sound of a sea cave too, although I'm not a big fan of water.
It's not typically too bad. If does it say whether the cave is underwater or by the water?
It is a cave that has formed at the edge of the water. However, parts of it may be, in fact, flooded on the inside. Part of it may go actually under the ocean or into the seabed. They're not really sure. This is a newly discovered cave. That's typically how sea caves work, because they usually have a combination of going in and out of the ocean, flooded in some areas with seawater.
I think we should probably do that one later.
Which one pays the most?
Now, the cave one definitely pays the most. The
Let's
goblin
see.
and kobold hunts are by kill, and the medicinal herb gathering quest is kind of just like, well, we need about this much, and then anything extra gets an extra bonus tagged on.
I feel like the kobold hunting might be out of the question.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
the female elf catches back up when she goes, "Oh, there's one more thing we need to go over with a lot of you. It's in regards to dungeons. Now, here in Thyrus, dungeons are a little different than the rest of the world. When magic kind of coalesces in certain areas, a living, breathing organism is essentially created that exudes magic and it attracts monsters. Or if a place becomes magically charged enough, it kind of comes alive on its own. Those places are incredibly dangerous, and they generate... They defend themselves.
Oh, so kind of like a hive of sorts.
Kind of. Those aren't too common, so you guys probably won't have to worry about it too much. Just be wary. Some places can fight back as a location, not just creatures that you might find in it. So always make sure you go prepared wherever you go. If you need any tools or anything, you can buy them out there. Most of the merchant stalls here is food, but if you go to the Merchants Guild, they should have some other things like tools and supplies and everything.
Well, thank you for the information.
Yes, thank you very much.
So I guess we'd probably either the sea cave or goblin hunting.
I guess the sea cave is the one that pays the most.
Oh,
Do you
it's dangerous too.
want to do the goblin hunt then? Or Baldur?
I'm fine with either. I just think the goblin hunt's the easiest one. Have you guys
Okay.
ever fought goblins before?
No. I know they're green.
They go down pretty easily, as long as there's not too many of them.
Well, if you feel comfortable goblin hunting, then maybe we should go goblin hunting.
But then again, the sea cave is interesting, but we don't know what's in it.
Maybe there's goblins in the sea cave.
Sea goblin.
Do you think they go down or do you think they float?
They all float.
Do they all float down there?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Must be a dwarf thing. No, this is sorry. This is not becoming a recurring thing. It is becoming a recurring thing because I'm going to start doing it automatically now.
It's now your character's personality. It's taking over you.
My character's entire personality is just going to be like learning things about very specific people, and then be like, oh, must be a insert race here thing.
What? Are you there, Dad? Immediately after.
You'll be writing a book of stereotypes
Yeah.
that are all vastly wrong.
Like walking in a crowd and just hear like a random kid that I can't see. I'll be hearing him call out for their dad. It's like, must be now then.
The fun thing is that most of those stereotypes are being built on the stupidities that I said. My character's entire plot point is he's very disconnected to reality.
At the end of all this, I'm going to like write a very serious autobiography about our travels with like very detailed profiles of every single race and creature we've come across, and they're all going to absolutely suck, and the librarian is going to read it once and then put it in comedy.
It's the divine comedy.
It's the divine comedy, and it's going to be extra funny too because I'm going to make it like abundantly clear that an Owlin wrote this, and then the most extensive profile is going to be my own.
And it's still gonna be wrong.
Yeah.
To breathe at the vaccine, you should go pss, 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 pss on them. Always helps.
Alright, so you guys are deciding to do the goblin hunting?
I think so.
Yeah, I think goblin hunting sounds.
Alright, and with that, that'll probably be a good stopping point for today.
Yeah. What do you call it? Good long aim.
Okay. It's just the fact that like Sheo got a lot of personality today, and none of it was planned. None of this got mentioned in his backstory, nor will it be mentioned in his backstory because it's just all like made in game.
I feel like that always happens when you're playing D&D. The first episodes shape who your character is really gonna be.
Yeah, it does.
I had planned for Kalias to be much more innocent and sweet rather than just pure chaos. But it's very fun to be chaos.
I really want to see, honestly, where this is gonna go, character-wise.
Yeah.
Like as people get stronger, of course, and become a force to be reckoned with ourselves. Like what that's gonna do to us.
We already behave pretty chaotically. I don't know how that's going to grow.
You know, I feel the vibe I'm getting from this team is that we're gonna be very chaotic, but like every time, whenever it matters, we're just going to be really serious for a little bit
Yeah.
to get it done, and then immediately go back to cracking jokes as soon as we are trying to like get our payment or something.
Who do you think would be the most serious?
I have a
Probably
feeling the
you.
dwarf. Yeah.
Ooh,
You have
Yeah,
been the
I feel like
most serious this game.
Dwarf.
has been
I've got to fix
serious.
that.
Next game, I'm going to hit my maul on the floor to make a crater.
Yeah, I wrote. I tried to make Val a little like, sort of childlike and a little bossy. But now she's just sort of. I don't even know. The character is just the character. I don't even know how to describe
Yeah.
it.
I guess I out-child you.
I'm mostly just intended for Theo to be very curious and very inquisitive, and instead Theo has turned very, like inquisitive, but about the wrong things, and then misinterpreting everything.
Yeah.
It's just still very inquisitive, but everything gets lost in translation. That's basically
Yeah.
it right now.
I mean, it's cultural exchange.
God damn it.
So far, I think I very much just random facts about things from, like, the fish. Like, oh yeah, I've just seen a fish eat 3 people. Yes,
I love those kinds of moments.
cannibalism, it does happen.
It's kind of where like characters rub off on each other, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, my character, he comes from a very far away place. He has the far traveler background and all. So he's incredibly disconnected with all that's happening. And he's read a lot of books and heard a lot of tales. Well, mostly heard tales and not books. So all the references I make to other sorts of media, the joke is that it's stories he has heard in universe, just modified that they would be so that they would be period appropriate. That's kind of a bit of a joke with them.
So how'd you guys feel about this this session?
I honestly really liked it. I will admit I got a little bit distracted at some times, but that was just like my inbox being spammed full of random things and me realizing about halfway in that I had 50 unopened DMs. And when I saw it happening, I was just gonna let it go, and then when I realized how many they were, I had to like kind of check out which of them were serious.
Was that the moment where you were hiding as an hostage?
Yeah. Yeah. That's when it happened. It's like face plant to the ground, and I was like, I will literally just do this, and then the moment I finish checking my DMs, I will just pull up my face and say the first thing that comes to mind.
Amazing strategy. I did have a lot of fun with this. I love long, more RP and stalking focused sessions. It didn't feel as long as this game was really. We were here for 6 hours 20 minutes, and it felt like half of that.
How long were we here? We were here. It's
Um,
like 22. We're here for like 3.
Technically, the stream's still going, and we're at 4 hours and 2 minutes of actual stream. But then there was like another hour on top of that for like the pre-session, the session 0.
Yeah, I really liked the RP. I really liked kind of feeding up. Feeding up. That's too be a term. Sorry, but like I like trying to kind of get a feel for each other's characters a lot.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun to see these characters bloom into a chaotic mess.
We really are. We just need the power to be able to be chaotic with no restraint.
Yeah, we need a budget.
And it's gonna be funny because by the way it's going now, I feel like a lot of that chaos is just going to happen not even intentionally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one of us is going to say something as a joke, and it's going to be like, well, now we have to take it seriously.
We
Yeah.
have to roll by this.
Great.
Like,
We just
fuck.
accidentally to war.
Like someone's just going to like make another really light-hearted joke, and then someone is going to turn it into a plot point of their backstory. And it's going to become really serious later on.
If we have
My
to
grandpa was an only and he left.
we have to find whatever's taking all the Owlin dads.
Yeah, and it's like you think it's like this really big thing, but really what it is just a mass kidnapping of one specific village, and that's where the whole stereotype comes from.
It's just your village in particular.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, hold on, that could be a thing.
The new joke of this group is adds this to my backstory.
Phoenix, I don't know how much of my backstory you did read, but
There's a new page suddenly.
no, like the part about the missing Owlin dads and like the entire village being kidnapped, it fits into the backstory.
Does it?
There's a gap there. There's a gap where it could be put in.
Oh no.
Yeah, I noticed.
Another thing I enjoyed is that I could start to plant the seeds for developing and telling my character's backstory in a more subtle way, I think.
Yeah.
Like, some of the things I've already said are really instrumental to his backstory, but I've tried to be subtle about it.
I don't think I've really mentioned anything big about my backstory like at all.
Yeah, mine hasn't even come up even slightly.
Nope, not yet for mine.
It has
Yeah.
come up weirdly.
I don't think too much of any of your guys' backstories have come up too much.
I mean, they'll probably like start popping up organically, right, as you play more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and introduce ourselves once again, and then we'll end the stream here. I'm the NatOneFox, also known as Phoenix Firestar. I can be found on the website formerly known as Twitter and Blue Sky as the NatOneFox, or as NatOneFox, and there's no "the" at the beginning of it because of how the stuff works.
There's more than
And-
that one foxes.
And of course, I can be found here on Twitch. This is my own personal channel, NatOneFox, where I try to stream games sometimes besides just D&D. When I find the free time, which who knows when I'll find the free time to really get into streaming again, but I'll try. Alright, and Chad.
Yeah, I'm Chad. You don't really find me anywhere else but here. So I don't really have a social media anything, but yeah. I had fun.
I'll go next. I'm Dalton, and you'll probably only really find me here, but I'm playing the fairy cleric, and yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Okay, I'll go now. My name is River or Quill, and I can be found very sometimes I stream here on Twitch, which is like once in a blue moon, and otherwise I can only really be found on like Tumblr and YouTube. So under none of those, under the name River, but there's like 1,000 rivers, so good luck with that one. I'm gonna leave that up to the goose chase.
The Owlin Chase.
The Owlin Chase.
Hi, I am Brass Boy, also known as Queer Ass Boy, also known by a lot of other names. Please don't find me anywhere else. I like my peace and calm. I am playing Kalias, the Satyr Ranger weird guy. And it was a pleasure to be here. It was very fun.
All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you all in the next episode of The Short Stacks, D&D Session 2, where we will be hunting goblins!
Yes.
Yep.
Goblins.
Goblins, goblins.
So we'll see you later, Goblin Slayer.
I can't believe you've done this.
Must be a DM thing.
That's be a VM thing, yes.
Really? Can you not believe I did this?
As a fellow DM, I do know that's a DM thing to do.
I will write an entire profile in my book about DMs as like this weird like other dimensional species.
A strange voice at the back of my head that I hear reading out what's happening.
And that too would be in character. The entire thing written in deeds, of course.
That's how we know that Sheo is schizophrenic.
Sheo is literally, according to his character sheet, schizophrenic. He's an aberrant mind sorcerer. His entire thing is schizophrenic.
Everything's perfect.
Oh, wait, that's gonna be very funny when you know more about my character's backstory.
Do we have two schizophrenics in the party?
In a way,
I hope so.
not entirely schizophrenic, but in a way we do have another character with voices that's not their own.
Alright,
Funny.
we'll end with raiding one of my buddies, Kiba the Inu.
Oh, Kiba the Inu.
Yep, we will raid him.
Yes!
We'll take his shinies.
We'll take his shinies. We'll take his shinies and slay his goblins.
Alright. Thank you everyone, I'll see you next time.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.